very good morning everyone, and a warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton from everyone here at Somerset County Cricket Club. Warm welcome to all the players, officials and supporters joining us from Surrey for these next few days. This LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 match. Day 2 is getting underway in a little over 15 minutes time. Surrey will receive 138 for 4, 32 runs behind Somerset in their first innings. Somerset won the toss yesterday, elected to bat first, bowled out for 170. Surrey reached the close 138 for 4 after 39 overs. Scheduled hours of play today, we are due to start on time at 11 AM. Lunch will be taken at 1 until 1:40. The afternoon session will be between 1:40 and 3:40. And a 20-minute tea interval with the scheduled close of play at 6 o'clock. We are scheduled to have 96 overs. In today's play, the match referee is Mike Smith, and scorers are David Hagger from Surrey and Holly Rhodes from Somerset. The umpires are Russ Warren and Mark Newell. A reminder that our ground-wide Wi-Fi network is fully operational. The Wi-Fi is completely free of charge, and to connect, all you have to do is select the option _We Are Somerset in your settings and enter a valid email address. You can also update your preferences or unsubscribe at any time. With the new Wi-Fi, you can browse the internet around the Cooper Associates County Ground. This means, for example, that our matchday live stream can be accessed without using your data, meaning instant replays of all the action on the field are available at no extra cost to you. We would kindly ask that our members and supporters please use the new recycling bins which are situated around the ground. Please can you dispose of your waste correctly. We have bins for general waste, paper, cans and plastic. There are also bins for cups near our concessions. A wide selection of hot and cold food and drinks are available today from the following outlets: Stragglers Coffee House. An ice cream van is situated in the St James Street car park. Also today, Salt and Rock Fish and Chip Bar in the Lord Botham stand is open, along with the Botham Bar also in the Lord Botham stand. Each concession is fully stocked with a range of hot and cold options to suit all tastes. Please remember that members receive a 10% discount on concessions in the Cooper Associates County Ground. The North Somerset Area Committee are holding a second-hand book sale today outside the Somerset County Cricket Club shop. The Somerset Cricket Museum will be open today at the lunch and tea intervals. We're also delighted to be joined by the team from Bold and Brave today. They are running a pop-up shop next to the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Run by the charity Young Somerset, Bold and Brave is a community hub which works closely with young people, many of whom have additional needs, and gives them an opportunity to research, design, ethically produce, showcase and sell their own quality products. As with yesterday, weather permitting, spectators will be granted access to the outfield during the lunch interval today. Entry will be via Brian Rose Pitchgate, Somerset stand at Block 5 Pitchgate, and also the Colin Atkinson Pavilion Pitchgate. It'll be 5 minutes after the players have left the field of play, and once the grounds team have marked off the square. Spectators are encouraged to remain vigilant for any balls that might be flying around, given that players may be warming up at the same time. And finally, just to mark your card, we have a member Q&A scheduled for close of play today. It will be held in the county room 20 minutes after the close of play. So a member question and answer session, which you are invited to join us for in the county room 20 minutes after the close of play. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground for day 2 of the championship match between Surrey and Somerset. Surrey are currently 138 for 4 in reply to Somerset's rather under par 170. The pitch itself, I think, played exactly as you'd imagine. It was a very, very good pitch, but one thing that this does prove, or day 1 certainly proved, when you've got 2 fantastic bowling attacks, the pitch is kind of out of the equation. Matt Henry was superb. He's picked up 3 poles, I think, so far, so he's got Somerset back in the game. Tom Laws, I thought, was exceptional yesterday. The Surrey bowlers bowled full, they attacked the stumps and they bowled beautifully. And, like I said, proves that the pitch gets taken out of the equation when you bowl really well. It hasn't changed the pitch so much. Still, it's got that nice firmness to it. There's a touch of green, but again, I think as a batter, if you get in, you can certainly make hay here on day 2.
And a very good morning to you. We're here live now, Cooper Associates County Ground, Somerset against Surrey, LV County Championship. It's day 2, with Surrey at the moment very much in control, just the 32 runs behind, 138 for 4 in response to Somerset's 170. I'm Stephen Lamb. It's a bit cloudy, a bit overcast here at Taunton. There's rain forecast for later on today, but let's not bother about that for the moment. Let's enjoy the cricket. Pete Trigo has magically been transported up to the commentary box. Morning, Pete.
Yeah, that's why I put the basketball trainers on, sprightly up the stairs to have a morning with you, Stephen. Yeah, it was an interesting day yesterday. I think the wicket, I don't think, is the reason why the scores are as they are. I think Tom Latham, he's obviously a test opener, a very good one. He's shown the way in many respects. I just think, as I said during my pitch report, the pitch is a very, very good Taunton pitch. It's a 300 par pitch, minimum, I would say, 320. But I think it's that, worlds collide kind of thing where a great couple of bowling attacks are on a pitch. And I think, like I said, not that it takes the pitch out of the equation, but I think it shows that providing there's pace in the pitch, if you bowl well, and both sides have bowled well, you can take wickets. 14 wickets on day 1. It was not that kind of pitch.
Pass being followed out by the players. Matt Henry, the star of the show, with the ball again.
Yeah, he's relentless. I would imagine there's a good chance Craig Overton has the ball in his hand right now and has just taken his hat and sunglasses off and his short sleeve jumper, so yeah, he's going to start from the Truscothic stand end, and I don't think there'll be much of a surprise if Matt Henry is running up the hill from the river end. Yeah, 2 fine performers, no doubt about that, and I think the order of the day is a couple of early wickets. I think it's inevitable, barring a real miracle that Surrey are going to get a lead, but Somerset's job is to keep that run rate down, try and take a couple of wickets in this first half an hour.
Yeah, add 2 wickets to that 138, and as ever, it looks quite different. And Surrey have got Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton, Tom Laws, Gus Atkinson and Daniel Worrell to follow these 2. Tom Latham and Will Jacks. Latham in excellent nick on 67 not out. Will Jacks is on 13. And Tom Laws, the pick of the Surrey bowlers yesterday.
Yeah, he bowled really well. He bowled very much in keeping with the pitch and what it required. He bowled full, he attacked the stumps. He wasn't a big mover of the ball, but he sort of attacked the front pad, and a couple just held its line, and in particular, Captain Tom Abel, who normally looks very assured at the crease, he wasn't sure which ones to leave and play, and that was down to the quality of his bowling. Craigo starting with a really nice looking delivery. You want one of those mornings where he's doing the almost like a la Stuart Broad, when he's really picking his knees up, running in nice and hard. I'm sure he'll realise he's got a pretty big job to do.
Absolutely. Looking for his first wicket of the innings. Did the bulk of the bowling yesterday evening with Matt Henry. Bowled 22 overs between them. Henry 3 for 26. Overton 0 for 23, for 53 I should say so far. Ben Green with the 4th wicket. Important one too. Good looking drive. Oh, there's a misfield there, which is going to allow them a 3rd run. So Surrey get their account underway. go to 1-4-1 for 4. Yeah, the wicket of Jamie Smith, that was timely for Somerset. Caught by Latham off green for 44, off just 41 deliveries.
Yeah, he was getting away, to be fair. Jamie Smith, he had a patch against Craig Overton. I think he took 4 boundaries in consecutive balls, and you know, everything he hit just seemed to find the gaps. So they were definitely glad to see the back of him, and in a surprise fashion, really. Ben Green, I think he was on to sort of maybe bowl in a holding fashion, but Jamie Smith advanced down the wicket and just kind of chipped one to mid-wicket, similar in essence to the way that Tom Lammonby got out, a bit of a soft dismissal. He'd have been really disappointed, you know, especially the way he was playing at the time. Craigo just looking to move the ball away from the left-hander.
I imagine the cockles of your heart were warmed 10 days or so ago, Triggs.
Yeah, it was brilliant to watch. We had a bit of an impromptu celebration here on Monday before the start of this game. It was great. You know, a couple of thousand Somerset fans reliving the moments, which was, yeah, it was fantastic. Yeah, I was in the kitchen that evening watching it on television, unable to go to the game because I was playing myself in the morning or in the daytime. That was pretty much a washout, so we got to watch the final at home.
Another slight misfield, Sean Dixon, but in fairness to him, it was travelling, that ball, and
yeah,
he did take the way off it.
Give him the benefit of the doubt for that one.
Nice.
Oh, beauty. A beauty there from Craig Overton, that angle in, nip away.
What was terrific about T20 this year is that they've been close, well, last year and the year before, getting to finals day, and having looked the best side, really, in the group stages, there was the slight nervousness, could that happen again? But it was comprehensive this time.
Yeah, I mean, it was a strange final. I think the batting from most of the teams was quite poor in some ways. You know, the scores were low, and you know, it was quite, you know, didn't take a genius to work out that it wasn't going to be a 200 pitch at Edgbaston, especially in the final. But I think all the top order batters were batting like it was a 200 pitch and sort of gave wickets away consistently, and it took a really sort of cricket intelligent innings, or 2 innings from Sean Dixon to keep Somerset in with a sniff. And obviously then the bowlers did their thing, as they have done. I mean, one of the remarkable stats from that T20 is out of 170 wickets, I believe they took 151. I mean, that is remarkable, as bowling out a lot of teams, which is unusual in 20 overs. So, you know, the bowlers did a great job, but without Sean Dixon, I don't think Somerset would have been in with much of a chance. So, fair play to him.
Absolutely, and particularly good for him, given the difficult start he had in the Championship this year. You'll have heard the applause. The Taunton faithful have certainly taken Matt Henry to their hearts.
Yeah, I did say on stage that congratulations on your first stint here at Somerset. We will have him back, won't we, ladies and gentlemen?
Absolutely.
He is welcome.
Yeah.
He's very, very welcome in the Southwest, that's for sure. Yeah, he's been outstanding.
Presented with his county cap in the previous county championship game. Little ceremony at lunchtime. The game against Hampshire. And, well, thoroughly deserved on the basis of this stint, which hopefully will be the first of several. Watchfully played by Tom Latham. 68 not out. I had a slightly intermittent acquaintance with finals day, Triggs, because I was quite a long way away. I was in Greenland.
Oh,
and with a rather flaky internet.
Flaky internet in Greenland. Oh, okay. What were you doing there? That sounds like a
big appeal.
Fair old trek. What happens in Greenland?
Well, it's daylight, 24 hours pretty much at this time of year. Not quite the same in December. I don't think I want to go so much then.
Chilly?
Chilly-ish, 12, 13 degrees, something like that, but it's sort of milder than I expected. And it's something that we've wanted to do. It's sort of huge. It's like a continent, really. And magnificent scenery.
Really?
Fjords, jagged mountain peaks. Firm defence.
Well, it's never been on my radar as a trip destination, but over the course of the day you can sell it to me and maybe I'll change my mind.
I'll do my best. It's certainly, I would only recommend it in high summer because that's when it's sort of accessible and mountain scenery I'm used to in the French Alps, places like that, and coast of Norway is fantastic in that regard. Good shot, played straight. That's going to go all the way, I think. Yeah.
Matt Henry is known for attacking the stumps. He doesn't mind getting driven, but that was beautifully executed. I'm sure these two would have played a lot of cricket with and against each other in their home country. Lots of netting, I would imagine, when they're playing for New Zealand. I think with them all departing for international cricket in the coming weeks and months, there'll be definitely some bragging rights on offer here. Matt Henry would have, like I said, bowled a lot of balls against Tom Latham. Looks a very, very organised batter. That concludes the 41st over. 146 for 4. Tom Latham, 72 not out.
Indeed, Kiwi to Kiwi. And yeah, I mean, just looking, you mentioned about the scores on finals day. There was general, where I was, the limited access I had to it, there was quite a lot of talk about how Somerset hadn't really got anything like enough against Surrey. And it was going through my mind then, but what about their attack?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think Somerset have got a phenomenal bowling attack and they've been taking a lot of wickets, no doubt about that. But it was, again, just the manner in which Surrey tried to chase that down. They tried to chase it in 13 overs. You know, I think it just took a couple of batters in the top 4 in particular, just to knuckle down and go at a run a ball, get themselves in. You're going to pick up your boundaries. It was almost like, you know, I know we're in an era of people playing their way and playing all the expansive shots, but you know, there's still a place for a bit of cricket IQ again, which Sean Dixon showed. I think if they'd have that chase again, I think they'd probably do it a bit differently. Played with soft hands from Will Jacks into the leg side. George Bartlett does the chasing. A couple of runs to get his morning off and running.
The other thing I was feeling jittery about from such a long distance away was the Ashes, but there wasn't much to see in the end, was there?
Yeah,
at Old Trafford, so sad.
Yeah, it was a proper washout of a weekend, that's for sure. In terms of the weather, I'm actually really surprised that finals day was able to be completed. In fairness, it looked miserable. Craigo bowling absolute immaculate line there to Will Jacks, having a little fish outside his off stump. 3 very interested slip fielders.
It's a reasonably safe assumption that England would have won that game, but for the intervention of the Manchester weather.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there was an opportunity dropped at slip. Off of Latham, Craig Overton got the outside edge. Sean Dixon was in at third slip because Lammerby was off the field, and it was right straight down the barrel, and Sean Dixon obviously didn't pick it up for whatever reason and ducked out of the way. It looked all quite comical at the time, but I wonder how costly that's going to be in the context of this first innings. Latham looking pretty robust at the crease at the moment. There's a few supporters late arriving, probably just getting to their seats with their coffees.
This is a good start, isn't it, from Craigo?
Yeah, he's bowling a very, very heavy length there. Looks in good rhythm this morning. Hopefully he can get that breakthrough.
That's just a little warning, I fancy, to Tom Latham. Outside his crease, and Craig Overton just making the point without taking the bails off.
Craigo trying to ignite a bit of fire in the belly, one would suggest. Trying to get into a bit of a scrap. More than entitled to do that, but when you follow it up with a ball that goes for 4, maybe just focus on your bowling, Craig.
It's a little bit deflating.
I have to admit, Stephen, that if I was on that I don't have much time for that kind of thing. If you want to have a scrap with someone, that's absolutely fine. But I'm not a fan of the old mimicking Mancad and all the nonsense debates I've heard over the last year about those sort of dismissals. As we have a look at the Somerset flag, flying proudly, the scorecard there, Burns out for naught. Great start, Henry 3 for, Green getting that wicket of the dangerous Jamie Smith. The obvious performer so far is Tom Latham. 72 runs off of 120, a proper sort of top order batter's score. He looks really, really composed at the moment. As Henry runs in to try and dislodge his fellow countrymen.
Yeah, Jamie Overton batting at number 10 for Surrey, which gives an indication of the amount of work Somerset have still got to do here.
Yeah, Jordan Clark's been in serious form. He got 100 last week. Yeah, he's a dangerous player. Hits the ball pretty crisp. Quite an orthodox player. Certainly, a very, very good 7 in county cricket. And yeah, Jamie Overton, we've seen how dangerous he can be with the bat.
Yeah, I was quite surprised. When he was originally signed by Surrey, there was a promise of the new ball, and yesterday he came on 4th change.
Yeah, well, he sort of had that impact, definitely. I know Surrey, they played a game where they followed on, so I think they've had a lot of bowling. I spoke to Jamie on day 1 actually, and he said he was on the back of 3 consecutive games and had bowled a fair few overs, so I think that was well managed. But when he did bowl, did he bowl well? He looked in really, really good rhythm. Bowled full, swung it. Also bowled some, especially to his brother, some brutal deliveries, just rearing up off back of a length.
Yeah, the fraternal rivalry coming to the fore again.
Yeah, I suppose from Surrey's point of view, with him only just coming back from injury, they probably don't want to expose him to the pressures of new ball bowling, and use him as a short spell bowler, kind of like England do with Wood. He's certainly got that bit of X factor about his bowling, that's for sure. Change of angle here for Henry over the wicket. Just catches the thick outside edge out to deep point. Not a fan of the deep point. Not when you're defending or trying to restrict a team to below your 170.
So Will Jacks taking fresh guard for Matt Henry. Still 3 slips in, Tom Abel just gesturing to the man at cover to go a little bit straighter. It's George Bartlett out there, who is immediately in action. In fact, going pretty much to where he was before. Cut that off. Got high cloud over the county ground this morning. Wispy over the Quantocks. A little bit thicker over the ground.
Yeah, no real swing to show for it though. You've got the prevailing wind here at Taunton coming across the ground, helping the away swing from the river end. Probably feeling from Craig Overton's point of view as it's slightly helping him, the wind, slightly over his left shoulder. He said it is
So still one more game to go in the Ashes, starting tomorrow. Could still be 2-all. Momentum, you could say, is with England after the last couple of games.
Yeah, they've played so well. I mean, a lot's been talked about the first 2 tests. I felt like they were sort of given away in part, you know, by I think over-committing to the philosophy that the team are using. I think things could be a little bit different. It's certainly been entertaining. It's been a series full of moments. For me, I felt like it's lacked something. For me, it's lacked the battle. And battle, I mean, in the sense of actually digging in and supporting the man up the other end. You know, I think there was that period in the Lord's Test match where everyone was getting out top edging pulls, and you had a guy at the other end on a decent score. You know, I remember in particular Chris Woakes' dismissal where he's sort of stepping away and slashing wildly, and you know that's a bloke that's got a great batting record in first-class cricket. He's way more capable than batting in that fashion. I think. Yeah, a couple of test matches have been thrown away by going all in on Bazball instead of playing the situation.
Yeah, I felt that Chris Woakes should have played at Lord's, actually, given his record there. And I was actually at day 1 at Edgbaston, which was extremely raucous, you'll be astonished to hear. Yeah. I wasn't that far away from the Hollies stand.
First ball of the series dispatched for 4, wasn't it? Yeah, that was quite a roar.
Able to see that, and that was terrific. There's been some odd England starts to Ashes series in recent years. And that was an uplifting one. Oh, little push outside the off stump.
A little bit of shape away from the left-hander. Really good delivery in that corridor of uncertainty, as it's called, where Latham felt like he had to play. Nearly catching the outside edge through to James Rew.
But the Hollies stand wasn't that far away from me, and their usual raucous self. Nathan Lyon was fielding at deep mid-wicket, just in front of it, and the crowd developed their own theme, which was a chant consisting of "You're just at Moeen Ali," and I miss out one word deliberately.
Talking of great spinners, I saw Jack Leach this morning. He was looking in good form. He's recovering from his back injury that's kept him out of the Ashes. I think that's been a bit of a loss for them.
Such a shame.
He looked fit and strong and happy, which was good. I'm going to go to day 1 tomorrow at the Oval, so I think Leach is going to be there. So hopefully we can catch up and enjoy a positive day for England.
Yeah, Surrey, I saw him at Lord's.
153 for 4. Needing a wicket just to liven this morning session up a little bit.
Yeah, just 17 behind now. I did see Jack, unfortunately not able to speak to him, but he was at Lord's in the test there. But yeah, Edgbaston day 1, the declaration, I was astonished by that, with Root going so well. And in a way, I could see the rationale, give Stuart Broad a go at David Warner over just that short spell, but it didn't really work out, did it?
Yeah, I think there are many moments over the first few test matches where you could maybe say that a bit more cricket IQ would have been employed, and the result, like I said, I do feel like it would have been a lot different if there was a happy marrying between Bazball and something like what I determined Test cricket.
Yeah, day 2 at Lord's. I was watching, it was the Edridge stand, the end opposite the pavilion, the nursery end of the ground, and after Nathan Lyon's injury, the change in Australian strategy to bowl short, England just were nowhere with it. They lost the plot, and again, that rather emphasises your point.
Yeah, well, I think that is the time, when things are uncomfortable. I mean, that is, again, there's a clue in the word. Test cricket, you're not only tested with your technique, but your character and your commitment to the team and your bravery, and that was just a time where, when you're a fast bowler and you're bowling bounces to someone, and at the other end the batter's flapping at it, it inspires you to keep bowling more and more of them, obviously, because it was working. Bowling a bouncer is no mean feat physically. It's very, very challenging to run in. If you duck weave the first couple, like you're being tested, they'll give up on that strategy quite quickly, because it's hard work. The ball gets knackered quickly because you're whacking it into the surface, often cross seam, so you're going to rough up the shiny side, so you won't get the swing. You just ride that storm for 2 or 3 overs, and I personally believe that the series would still be alive if they would have just batted with a little bit more desire to stay at the crease, rather than simply just entertain with stepping away and hacking it.
Lovely straight drive from Will Jacks to take him up to 26.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot there from Will Jacks. Fine young player. I think he got a late 90s quite recently, so he's in a good bit of touch himself. Probably quite disappointed not to have been included in the squad ahead of Moeen Ali. Yeah, he showed good credentials with the ball. Certainly a superb talent with the bat. Surrey look pretty comfortable this morning so far.
Yeah, the other point about that session at Lord's was that Australia were down effectively to 3 bowlers, with Nathan Lyon having gone off. They were down to their 3 quicks, plus Cameron Green. But the point you make about bowling bouncers, when you've only got 3 frontline attack, then surely it's a case for wearing them down and just adapting to the situation. Just times. I love Bazball. I'm bought into it, but there are times when they get a little bit carried away by the mentality.
Yeah, I agree. No, it's very exciting, no doubt about that. But like I said, it's I suppose I look back to Robin Smith facing Ian Bishop, ducking, weaving, Alan Donald, Mike Atherton, ducking, weaving, riding the storm. I think in a 5-day test match, there's going to be a period where you can't just play that far on the front foot. You've got to suck up a bit of pressure and actually show the opposition you're in for a battle. As I think the Surrey batters are now. They've obviously got an opportunity now to get a big lead. I think the pressure's off. They could, start swinging the bat now and get themselves a little 50-60 lead. But they know that there's a lot of time left in this game. They're going to suck up a bit of pressure with the 2 main frontline bowlers, and they're going to look to cash in later on. Classic championship test cricket. There are many ways to skin a cat. Bazball's great, but I think there are times, across 5 days against the best team in the world, where you're going to have to absorb pressure.
Yeah, there are always subtleties in the game.
I saw an amazing tweet from someone during the game where all the England batters, for all intents and purposes, looked like they were losing their heads. Brooke hacking the ball up in the air, Ollie Pope swishing at everything, Wokes doing the same, and wickets falling left, right and centre. And I think Stokes was on like 20 not out off of 70 balls.
Yep.
And someone sent this tweet, and it said, Ben Stokes is the bloke at the bar that buys everyone Jaeger bombs while ordering himself a water. Because he's fueled this way of playing, and then was doing the complete opposite, playing a test match innings up the other end. It was remarkable. Yeah. The guy that's the figurehead of Bazball, really.
Yeah. On that same day we were talking about earlier, day 2 at Lord's. Yeah, and it was extraordinary. It really was, and he nearly performed a miracle again in the second innings, but it was just too much, wasn't it? It was just even for him.
Everyone else was high on the Kool-Aid, weren't they? Anyway, back to what we've got here. Will Jacks to angry Craig Overton. I always sense there's that little bit of a little bit of red mist floating around the shoulders of Craigo. This is normally where he'll have a little bit of an outburst like that. There's his outburst, and I think we'll see a reaction now. Almost like I know the bloke quite well and played a fair bit of cricket with him.
Yeah. Who'd have thought
It
it?
gets to that stage, you can sense there's he's going to do something silly, and then he's going to go, right, I'm gonna get in the fight here. Nearly threw himself a 6 overthrows then. That would have.
Yes, he made James Roux move pretty smartly.
I think the steam would have definitely. There we go.
Lift.
He's definitely trying to have a scrap here. He's still in the middle of the pitch, staring down the New Zealander.
But Somerset still looking for their first breakthrough of the morning. Just 9 runs behind now Surrey. 6 wickets in hand. Partnership worth 66 now for the 5th wicket between these two. So Matt Henry to continue. Bowling for the right-handed Will Jacks. Everything behind that. Somerset on the back of a comprehensive win at Northampton, which has pretty much assured them of safety in Division 1.
Yeah, an amazing 10 days, really. It's been superb. Just a little bit of a sobering bit of time here. Squirted through backward point off the outside edge. Moral victory there for the bowler, but Will Jacks will care not. Moves him into the 30s. And you'd say that it's probably an opportunity for a regulation point fielder.
It's crashed into the wickets.
I watch quite a bit of cricket, Steve. I've played quite a bit of cricket. I can't understand why you don't bowl with a backward point that's exactly where that ball had gone.
So squarer than the man.
Well, just Sean Dixon at the moment is on a gully line, and now he's moving.
They've heard you. Just got a little bit squarer.
Someone get that horse that's 2 fields away, please. There's so many things I don't understand about it in terms of like leaking runs from good balls off the thick outside edge. Yeah, I think. Do you know where a guy hits it so much, not just to have that orthodox fielder? Do they know that Will Jacks hits it on a gully line? I'm not sure. I'm not sure there's any argument that would make any sense to me. Gifting free runs into that area. Now he's mastered the thick edge to the other hand, and that goes for another boundary.
Yeah, once he'd found the gap, it was going to run away. So an expensive over this for Matt Henry.
That would have probably been an orthodox gully. So there are 2 unorthodox field placings on the offside for Somerset, and they do carry these fielders quite often, and like I said, I don't quite understand it. So if you're going to have a gully. At the moment they've got a hybrid of a gully and a point, sort of he's on the gully line, but now he's hedging between the two. If you'd have had that backward point in the gully, I think you'd have created 2 opportunities there. George Bartler's just been beaten on his right hand because he's too square at cover, because he's hedging between cover and point. It's all a bit of guesswork going on. I mean, like I said, the game, has it changed? I don't know.
Well, it's not going Somerset's way at the moment, certainly, because Surrey have now gone into the lead, 173 for 4.
Yeah, Matt Henry's. I can see the reason behind where he's bowling. He always likes to bowl that fuller length, but Will Jacks is equal to it. And again, I think the true characteristics of the pitch are showing up this morning. If you're not exactly on it, as both bowling attacks were yesterday, the runs are going to flow.
Yeah.
Change of bowling.
12 off the over for Matt Henry. We're going to have a change.
We won't knock it though. 29 wickets at 16, Matt Henry so far in a Somerset shirt in the county championship season.
Which puts it into context.
He's allowed the occasional spell where it doesn't go quite as right, but now we've got a change here at the Trescothick stand end. Casey Aldridge.
It's not Brian the Cat, in case you were wondering.
Is that
coming on from the... he's at the Andy Caddick end.
Which model of Brian the Cat is it? We're going to have to keep regurgitating ginger cats for the next 30 years, aren't we?
That's the genuine article.
Is that Mark 1?
Yep.
Okay.
It is. It's the prototype.
I believe you.
He's been up here, Triggs. He was up here on the last day.
Not a cat person.
Fair enough. But he did come into the box here on the last day of last season, and he was watching anything other than the cricket. He had a good wash.
Yeah. Was it Tomcat? Yeah, I've seen Brian around the ground many times. He's very, very flexible when he's having a wash.
He is. Yeah. Good levers.
Very good levers. Would put to shame Jane Fonda in a like that. Oh, an inside edge there from Tom Latham. Casey Aldridge nearly found a way through the Kiwis' defence, but it's raced away for 4.
Yeah, it's a moral victory for the bowler, without question. Could have gone anywhere, including the stumps. So, a slice of good fortune there for the Kiwi, who goes on to 78.
Yeah, the runs are starting to flow here this morning. That run rate creeping back up towards the 4 mark. Last night, the combination of Green, Bashir and then Matt Henry brought that run rate down to the low 3s, which is probably where the captain would feel like he's under a bit of control. I think with that sort of search for wickets this morning, and rightly so, I think Tom Abel and the bowlers will know they need to strike. They've just gone a little bit too full on occasion and been punished well by the Surrey batters. Will Jackson in particular has got a bit of a flyer this morning, started the day on about a dozen and has really found the boundary quite consistently.
Yeah, 4 of the last 7 balls have gone to the boundary. Admittedly, the last one was fortuitous, not where the batter intended.
Yeah, it's that stage of the innings where you as a top order player, you do that hard work, as Tom Latham has done. And the ball's now 50 overs old, there or thereabouts. You've got that 30 over period where unless Bashir can come in and work his magic, you're going to be in a real good place to put a sizable score up. So there didn't look to be any demons in the pitch. Just a case of getting in, getting through that new ball, which the Surrey batters have done.
Comfortable single.
Again,
this time.
That's going to have to be my last ball of the session. I can't watch them knock good balls to point and then not
When
be a
it's not
point
there.
fielder. Ladies and gentlemen, drives me bonkers. And I'm going to leave you, Stephen, to it with Sam Daly.
Dare I say there's no point to it?
I'm going to go and tear my hair out for a bit.
Fair enough. See you later, Triggs. Pointless, as they say. 179 for 4 then. And is Matt Henry going to be given another one? Yes, he is. Expensive in the previous, as we've mentioned. The 3 boundaries coming from it. 3 for 47, his figures overall, which are still pretty good, despite that particular over. 16 overs and 4 maidens, so the 17th about to get underway. Good morning, Sam Dalling.
Good morning, Mr. Lamb. How are you?
I'm good. like bouncer. Yourself?
Yeah, I'm well. Thank you very much. Delighted to be here. Somerset needed an early wicket or two. They haven't got it. And the theory is now that Surrey push on. These two set batters, Latham and Jacks. Jacks can be so dangerous as well. They can score quickly. I mean, there's a bit of rain about supposedly this afternoon and tomorrow afternoon. But Surrey, I think, are in a very strong position here.
Another bouncer. It's been a pretty composed start, hasn't it, from these two Surrey batters. The full stroke came in the last over from Casey Aldridge, the inside edge down to fine leg, but there hasn't been a lot else to encourage the hosts.
Matt Henry was brilliant yesterday. He really was brilliant his whole time here, but that ball was just getting a little bit older. He's 50 overs old now.
This time he has found the man at backward point.
Yes, it's been a Trigo bugbear ever since he's been on comms. I do agree with him. Deep point and no, there's always deep point but no fielder at third. Which I don't like those easy boundaries that go wide over slips.
He's going to get more runs here, down to third man, at least one. Yeah, there's two there. So, Surrey going along pretty comfortably here under grey skies.
Yeah, this is big for them actually in the course of their season. What was a few weeks ago a title canter really, no one thought they could be caught. Actually, it's suddenly a little bit more tight up there. Surrey still firm favourites, but they need a win here.
Yeah, with Essex hard on their heels, just 14 points between the two sides.
Came because Surrey lost to Lancs and drew with Notts, and Essex just really pushing. I mean, they're 36 runs ahead of Hampshire. The GS Bowl, I mean, who knows what the pitch is like down there. Warwickshire, they've lost another wicket against Middlesex. So 77 for 3. Still need 62 runs to make Middlesex bat again. And that, remember, we're in the first half hour of day 2.
We were memorising, or reminiscing would be a better word. It's been a fantastic fortnight for Somerset.
The best.
It's not a particularly good situation they're in at the moment, but no harm in looking back.
No, and if we do look back for a little bit, what recent history will tell us, Stephen, is that shouldn't write Somerset off. You know, that batting performance against Nottinghamshire end of the over.
Absolutely.
183 for 4. So pretty similar position. Yeah, sorry, I'm probably going to get more than Notts did, but you know, came from behind and won that game by I think a record margin in terms of number of runs in the county championship, as we see WPA Health Insurance on screen there. Thank you so much to them. They are the reason we are able to be here with you for every day of Somerset's home campaign in all 3 formats this summer. So that's brilliant.
They don't sponsor the Herring Gulls. They're an optional extra.
Not yet. They're thrown in, aren't they, the Herring Gulls? They come with the territory. And then even that Hampshire game, you know, there were a lot of moans and groans about the team picked for Hampshire, and actually, but for rain, but for the weather, they would have gone on to win that Somerset. We see a few Surrey fans on screen. Always a strong travelling contingent, Surrey, as Casey Aldridge is in from the River End.
Yeah, they weren't far off against Hampshire in the last championship game, but won here. It's ticking down, the championship. Just 3 fixtures remaining after this one. And just one of those 3 will be here at Taunton. So it's rather strange to say in July that it's the penultimate home championship game of the season.
So we've got 6 weeks off, haven't we? Shot from Latham there, just to open the face. I mean, that's Andy Amede who's on as a subfielder, chasing it away from backward point. Latham just looks so at ease, doesn't he, Stephen? I mean, his one worry was the attempted, well, not the attempted run out, it wasn't, just that little warning he got from Craig Open. He just pushed it that open in the face. I think people forget, he goes a bit under the radar, Tom Latham. Like, he's played 75 odd test matches, average is 40, still only 31, so kind of in the prime of his career. Almost 250 appearances for New Zealand in all formats. Just a super, super player. 26 first-class hundreds. Half of those have come in test matches.
Straighter, fuller. Yeah, the boundary off the previous delivery. He didn't need to hit it, really. He just guided it down to that third-man boundary. Surrey have got such a good record with overseas signings.
They do. I mean, they had Kemar Roach for the end of the season, who just loves playing for Surrey. Very different player to Tom Latham, obviously.
This time he's found you need at backward point. But players who've made huge contributions in recent years. Think of Morni Morkel, Kumar Sangakkara, Hashim Amla more recently. Now Tom Latham.
Well, you know, Alex Stewart does brilliant work there, doesn't it? When Alex Stewart's number comes up on your phone, I think you listen. You pick up that call.
Yeah, you listen to the gaffer.
The gaffer, as they call him, yeah. I like how they're all in. Have you seen the warm-up kit that Surrey have, that blue? I believe that is a Chelsea influence. The gaffer is a big Chelsea fan. Always on his phone. Like, I'm glad, he must be glad we're not on the days of the old mobile phone credit, topping up £10 a time, because I think the number of calls and messages he receives are brilliant. But he lays the groundwork, doesn't it? It's no accident these players come to Surrey. Fuller, and slightly false stroke there from Latham, just looking to turn it leg side. Ends up with Matt Henry at mid-off, but no danger in the end. 187 for 4, 50 overs gone here. Yeah, that's a morning walk, the one you mentioned. Like, Stewart was teeing that up a couple of years in advance, I think. He'd seen him and said, if you fancy a bit of county cricket, give me a call. And they look after their players as well. You see that previous delivery on screen. They'll set them up, they find them places to live. So
Change of bowling and
that's a great job there.
Number 13,
Shane Berger decides he doesn't want to be on camera. Somerset's batting lead.
Yeah, he was out there in the middle, the gaffer, earlier on this morning. Very recognisable figure.
Well, someone you know quite well, Stephen, don't you? Didn't you used to ghostwrite a column for him?
I did, indeed. Yeah, out in Pakistan and Sri Lanka, around about the turn of the millennia. And very much enjoyed it.
I bet you did.
Tremendous cricketer. I think he'd probably have got even more runs than he did for England if he hadn't been keeping wicket much of the time. He's had some doubt about whether it would just ease the pressure on Alec if Jack Russell had played in more test matches than he did. But it's the old question of balance. The ever-pervading question of balance.
Well, it's a question that I think both Jamie Smith and James Rue are going to have to think about at some point as well in the not-too-distant future. Change of bowling then. Spin for the first time, Mr. Lamb, for the day.
In the form of Shoaib Bashir. Bowled 6 overs yesterday evening. Tidy ones. And he's on from the river end. Bowling to Will Jacks. Is there a run here? Yes. Can't quite get the right hand to it, so they take a pretty comfortable single. That'll bring Latham onto strike, the left-hander. 188 for 4. That Surrey lead now gradually increasing. On to 18. No breakthrough for Somerset yet this morning. They need one badly.
Yeah, they really do, Stephen. They really do. This partnership could be game critical.
helped away. And there'll be another single. That's smart fielding at square leg by Tom Lammonby.
Very good from Lammonby. We saw Will Jacks bowl quite early actually in the morning session yesterday, which might have been a bit of a surprise. You know, often if your spinner bowls before lunch, it kind of seems a bit of a defeat for the bowling captain. But Jacks actually got a bit of turn. I don't think he picked up a wicket, but it was a surprise because Surrey got 5 frontline seamers in their side. Like you said, Jamie Overton was actually their 4th change bowler yesterday. And Jacks bowled from the same end as Bashir is.
Flamboyant cover drive. And that was, as they say, 4 from the moment it left the bat.
We do say it, you have said it, because it was accurate. Just over-pitched a little bit from Bashir. Jack's got that front leg into position early, hits it from right under his eyes there. You see that on the replay. Lovely shot from Will Jacks, who's such a good cricketer.
He's had plenty of time to play that stroke.
Well, he managed to still play it quite late, because it's right under his eye line.
Had to hurry there and sent back. He was interested in the single, Will Jacks, but Latham not so sure and would have been running to the danger end.
Yeah, on 49, maybe Jacks was just quite keen to get to that milestone so he could put it to the back of his mind. Good shout from Latham.
Dot ball to conclude the over. 0 for 21, Bashir's figures now. And Surrey asserting, well, it was already a position of dominance at the start of the day. It's firmed up now on 193 for 4.
Good to see that partnership, isn't it? 98 it's worth now between Latham and Jacks. It felt like a critical period as well late last night when these two came together. 95 for 4, I think it was. You're thinking, if Somerset can just nip a couple out just before the close of play, then they might well think the day is even. But as it is, Surrey pushed themselves in front. Aldridge is continuing. Latham is pushing that to Matt Henry mid-off. Be sad to see Matt Henry go at the end of the week.
Yeah, what an impact he's made.
And we talk about overseas signings, signing well. Matt Henry's been brilliant.
Stellar.
Really has. Really has.
Didn't quite time that, Tom Latham. Possibly looking to play a bit straighter as he replays the stroke. So Aldridge, this is his 10th over overall, first spell of the day. Comfortable single here. Coming in from the boundary at deep backward square. That's Ben Green, who has the one wicket that hasn't fallen to Matt Henry.
Typical Ben Green, comes on, makes something happen. Jack's back on strike then. He's got 49, Will Jacks, looking for his 3rd half century of the summer. Yet to make 100. Oh, he would love to change that today. It's been okay this year without excelling. A couple of slips and a gully in. No ball from Casey Aldridge, just overstepping. Bowl that one again. Morning to all of you on the live stream. Good couple of thousand of you in there. Plenty of comments as well. We'll keep an eye on it throughout the day. And there will be some warm applause around the Cooper Associate County Ground because that no ball brings up the 100 partnership. Slightly odd way to do it. And this has been great from Will Jacks, who's got 49. Tom Latham, non-striker, has got 85. Again, Jack's pushing it wide of Tom Kohler-Cadmore at mid-off, but he swoops around well. So Jax remains on 49.
Yes, he was thinking about the single, going to TKC's left, but it's timed too well for that.
He's one of the cricketers who strikes the ball very hard, even his pushes. A bit like Kohler-Cadmore himself, actually. He was involved. He's seen something. He's always thinking, Kohler-Cadmore. Not skipper, but he's often chatting to Tom Abel, and he's just chatting to Casey Aldridge, and he's pulled Matt Henry across, probably to run his theory by.
And Tom Abel's coming up as well now from the slips, the skipper, to participate.
Is it the ball they're going to ask about? Because Casey Aldridge has just thrown the ball to Matt Henry. Is Casey Aldridge all right? No, he's not. Casey Aldridge, I think, is going to limp off. I'm not quite sure what the matter is there, but that's a bit of a concern for Somerset, largely for Casey Aldridge. We hope he's all right. Tom Kohler-Cadmore obviously spotted something. He's running off rather gingerly there.
It's rather strange, isn't it? Because I thought initially it was about field placings, that discussion, but he must have said something to Tom Kohler-Cadmore which led to the discussion. It's always a concern when a bowler goes off in the middle of an over.
Yeah, Ben Green's going to come on to replace him. We'll keep you updated if we hear anything about Casey Aldridge there. It was good for Tom Kohler-Cadmore to step in, actually. You know, the young player probably doesn't want to go off, and actually Kohler-Cadmore called the senior man, Matt Henry, in, so you just don't want to do any more damage. If that is indeed an injury, we don't know anything yet. So Ben Green, he's bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 7, all of those coming yesterday. He's going to come into the attack. He's going to have 2 balls left to complete of that Casey Aldridge over. The wicket Green got was that of Jamie Smith, who was batting beautifully yesterday when he fell for 44.
Yeah, an important breakthrough it was, but there's plenty more still to do. Let's just hope that it's a niggle of some kind which can be sorted out on the physio's bench.
You just worry with young fast bowlers. I'm hoping it's precautionary, but let's not speculate. We don't know anything. Ben Green, or Neil as they call him. Not played much championship cricket in the last couple of seasons. Did have a spell as an opening batter, didn't he?
Yeah, his key contribution, though, has been in the blast, hasn't it?
That's been brilliant.
Not just this season, last season as well.
Yeah, and he was captain in the what's now the Metrobank One Day Cup. We see those Surrey partnerships on screen at 101 now between Latham and Jackson. I think he feels. Actually, in the media, cricketers can often be, all professional sports people can be quite guarded, you know, and I completely understand why. It's not nice to have a microphone shoved under your face all the time. But Ben Green was quite interesting, as we see Harry Everett on screen there.
He's in a dangerous place.
He's in the
He's
bus
sitting
shelter.
in the bus shelter.
Who's he sat with?
Not sure, but that bus shelter fell over in high winds just a couple of weeks ago. It's not so windy as that today. It's going to be a dot to start Bashir's new over.
And yeah, on Ben Green, I think the captaincy said it completely changed the way he felt about the game. Nice shot from Latham. And by that, I think he meant when you're constantly thinking about your place in the side, sometimes your focus is almost, oh, if this goes wrong for me today, I'm not going to be in the team. And I think that has a mental effect. And as captain, he kind of was able to switch and go, okay, so I'm in the team. Now my main focus is how can I contribute to winning the game. So it's just a subtle switch, and it's not necessarily a deliberate one. But I think that's the best thing that's ever happened to his cricketing career, being made captain.
It's great when it works out like that, isn't it? Sometimes it can put additional pressure on people.
But it just means you're going to get guaranteed a run of games, and I don't think he ever was before that. So you're constantly thinking, oh, if I bowl 2 bad overs in a T20 game and go for 30, I might not be playing next game. Shot.
Yeah, that's going to be 4 all the way. It's already there, just to the right of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. And that is Will Jacks's 50. 53 not out. And he's batted with consummate ease.
And a couple of those drives off Bashir that have been absolutely glorious on the eye. No need to run.
Be more here. Just the one. Take him to 54. The 200 came up at the same time as the Will Jacks 50. Landmark after landmark, the 100 partnership, half century, the 200, and no wickets yet for Somerset today. Another single for Latham this time. One-way traffic at the moment. End of Bashir's over, his 8th, 0 for 28 his figures. Latham 87, Jacks 54, 203 for 4, Surrey.
What I quite liked actually from that penultimate ball from Bashir was after he'd been hit for 4 by Will Jacks, the next one he just tossed up. He's not afraid to do that, Bashir, even though the temptation, particularly as a young spinner, is if Will Jacks is hitting you through the covers, you just go sharper and sharper, you give it less revs, less turn, you just look to dart it in. And Bashir actually did the opposite. He just allowed that a little bit more flight, put it above the eye line just to see if he could tempt Will Jacks, and that's brave and it's promising.
Positive. So Green's going to carry on, having completed Casey Aldridge's over, the last 2 deliveries of it. He's going to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Tom Latham just 13 away from 3 figures now. That's the next beckoning landmark from the Surrey point of view.
Shot. Done that a couple of times as me. No fielder out a deep point. And that's just, use the pace of it, use the angle. See Latham from side on. Just opens up the face, easy, guides it between gully and backward point. I think there is now going to be a deep point.
Again, resisting the temptation to hit it too hard. It's going with the flow. Going down leg side.
It's wishful, wasn't it? That?
Slanting across the left-hander.
Came through, did come up to the stumps a little bit yesterday. I think that was largely to Jamie Smith. Tom Latham doesn't take liberties, it's the wrong way of describing it, but he doesn't bat at his crease. Kind of walk towards the seamers in the same way that maybe a Jacks or a Smith might.
Closer, but I think height may have been an issue there.
Yeah, it was a better shout on line, wasn't it? But I think it probably just bounced too much. It moved back in towards Latham, but it hits him on the top of that knee roll. He's not the tallest, Tom Latham. I think it's all right, that. Rare misfield from Craig Overton, doesn't cost a run.
Yeah, just the 2 close fielders alongside James Roux now. Tom Abel at first slip and Craig O in the gully.
good from Ben Green. Now how good he can be with the white ball. Chance here to show what he can do with red ball in hand.
Yeah, and whatever the situation is with Casey Aldridge, who is off the field at the moment, having failed to complete an over, sense that the workload for Ben Green is likely to be heavier today.
Josh Davey on screen, not playing in this one, but working his way back to full fitness. Looks to be pretty close, given he's in whites. Potentially there to run some drinks on or come on as a sub fielder. Yeah, probably going to add to Sher Bashir's workload. It's difficult, isn't it? Tom Lammonby we saw yesterday actually at lunchtime and tea, warming up, bowling seam up. Just
pulled away, and I wondered where it had gone for a moment, because he looked down, didn't he, Will Jacks, after he played the shot. I wondered whether it had gone to ground off the inside edge or something, but eventually out to Green at deep mid-wicket, another single. Jacks to 55.
Well, I was expecting, to be honest, to see that somewhere over the boundary, because he whipped through the shot, but obviously didn't connect quite how he'd liked.
Bashir into his 9th over of the innings.
Rise of catch it, but Sean Dixon's out there deep square there, gets bounced a few times before it gets to him. Latham moves on to 92.
Yes, it's one of the more optimistic shouts, isn't it, in the game?
I love it. It's one of those, as if the fielder underneath it anyway is going to do anything but. It's just an instinctive reaction, isn't it? It makes no sense. Why do you need to shout catch? Field spread a little bit for Will Jacks.
Solid defensive push out to the Somerset skipper. Yeah, just the two men in, the slip and the short leg, who's pretty close in, George Bartlett. Comfortable single here. Mid-on set back. End of Bashir's over, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 30, 55 Jacks, 92 now Latham, 210 for 4. It's got a bit gloomier over the course of the last hour or so here at Taunton. There's a possibility of rain later on, and looking at the skies is not diminishing. Could need the floodlights before too long.
Not long now until the Metrobank One Day Cup starts. Somerset's first home game is against Warwickshire, Friday the 4th of August. A floodlight game. Always remember those. Floodlit game, I should say. Always remember those in my school days. 2 o'clock start, 10 tickets for the price of 8, and we have over 100 beers and ciders here for you to sample. There'll be some non-alcoholic options as well, and a bit of live music. So beer and cider festival. If you do enjoy a tipple, there'll be plenty for you. And if you don't, there'll be plenty for you too. So there's no real reason, Stephen, not to come along.
Yeah, once you've got through that variety of 100, you probably need a non-alcoholic option.
Keep her up to Jacks, as we were talking about in the previous over. Just making sure he stays back in his crease. Come through for a single.
That'd be a tough ask, wouldn't it? 100. Perhaps not. Just over an hour's play gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Commentary courtesy of WPA. Sam Dalling and Stephen Lamb with you on the Somerset live stream. And Ben Green is going to start a new over.
Going to pick up a couple there, pushed by Tom Latham, who's on 94 now, moving towards his first century in Surrey colours. This will please him too, because he's had a couple of starts. When you bring in an overseas of his calibre, what you're looking for is hundreds. And this is his 5th game for Surrey. Had a 60 against Nottinghamshire in that draw, 58 against Kent. Not reached 3 figures yet. Turns out to Latham at square leg, takes no run. He could reach it in one blow, Stephen. I'd be surprised. Doesn't feel like, based on what's gone before it in this innings, that's Tom Latham's modus operandi. Tom Cadmore, maybe.
Yeah. It would be his first maximum if he hits it.
There's no better time.
15 fours he's struck so far.
Ben Green is just shaping it back into him from around the wicket, isn't he? Causing him a few problems. Again, half an appeal. Maybe some inside edge on that one. Hits him outside the line as well. So there are just signs that Ben Green is getting that ball to wobble about.
Maybe just settling into a bit of a groove. Given room there outside the off stump and needed no second invitation really. So that takes him to within 2. Doesn't need the maximum now.
It was uppish for a second, wasn't it? And there was a cry of catch. I think he was always going wide of Matt Henry. Much gloomier today here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. We had a glorious day yesterday. A really strong crowd in as well, a couple of thousand. It was brilliant. Latham down the ground. We'll just get one though. Cola Cadmore, who really does need to get some trousers that actually fit him. We saw it yesterday, and I saw it up at Northants as well. I think he's got trousers without the drawstrings on. Look at that.
Yeah, it's no good, is it, really?
Latham moves to 99, I think, with that single. The scoreboard hasn't quite ticked over. Yes, it has now. So 218 for 4. Tom Latham's got 99. Jax has 57.
Somebody needs to take TKC aside and offer a lesson in elastication.
Those lessons free. You can't get those in many places. It's quite a niche lesson, that. I mean, they do university degrees in most things. Not sure that's quite made it. 3,100 was the crowd yesterday, Stephen. How about that?
Pretty good, pretty good.
That
It usually is here at the county ground. It's good championship support.
Less good news is it's raining. And it's raining relatively heavily. I thought they were going to carry on for a second. They aren't. The stumps are coming out. James Rue, what a brilliant human being James Rue is. Does the umpire's job for him. Off they wander. So Tom Latham is going to remain for the time being 99 unbeaten. Surrey 218 for 4. And Stephen Lamb, it's been a Surrey morning so far in the hour or so we've had.
Well, emphatically. And they've taken their, well, they first went into the lead and they've now taken that lead up to 48 without losing another wicket. Latham is going to remain poised on 99 while they have this break. The rain is getting heavier. Jax is on 57 not out, so it's been very much Surrey's morning. No progress really for Somerset at all. Those 6 wickets still required in this Surrey first innings. We think and we hope this is going to be a short, sharp shower. So we will have a little bit of a break, 10 minutes or so, I hope, and we will rejoin you just as soon as play resumes.
colours are about to come off. The play is set to resume. Surrey 284 in their first innings. Somerset County Cricket Club would like to thank our principal partners for the 2023 season, Cooper Associates, mortgage advisors and financial consultants, WPA Life Insurance, Bradford's Building Supplies, Trade Nation, Higos Insurance Services and Virtue Motors. Surrey's not out batters, Will Jackson 57 not out, Tom Latham 99 not out. Welcome back, led out by Tom Abel, Somerset.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. As Stephen Lamb predicted in his weather app out, he was saying it was going to be a passing shower. It was a passing shower. So it's almost like it never happened. Players on their way back out into the middle. Tom Latham, 99, unbeaten. Will Jacks, 57. It's going to be Latham to take strike, though. Shoaib Bashir is going to be bowling. 218 for 4, so that lead for Surrey already at 48. They'll be looking to kick on, perhaps get as many batting bonus points as they can. They bat deep as well. I heard you and Dreeg talking about the options in next. Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton, Tom Laws. Tom Laws, they think, is going to be an all-rounder. They're likening him to Chris Wokes, both internally and externally, actually. So the wave has come up to the scorers. Polly has flashed a light back to say she is ready. And Tom Latham is going to take strike on 99. Oh, and he's gone, first ball after rain. Tom Latham has tried to cut that one away. He's got an outside edge. Craig Overton took the catch. A couple of fumbles, which is unusual for Craig Overton. And Tom Latham, well, the rain delay has done for him. He falls one short of his first Surrey 100, Stephen Lamb.
Yeah, I'll have another look. There it goes into the big mitts and out and in and and finally in. Craigo keeping his cool, and just as well, because that was a big and unexpected opportunity. I think he must have been as surprised as Tom Latham was. Very first ball after the briefest of interludes, and Tom Latham must be sick as a pig.
Oh, such a shame for him. He batted beautifully, he really did, and he's put Surrey in a strong position. It's a great catch from Overton because he's cutting that really late. And Overton is blindsided by the keeper because of where Latham's cut that from. It's really tight into his body. We'll see that from this replay, I think. So Overton is blindsided by James Rue. It's brilliant reactions there from Craig Overton.
It looked like a bar of soap, didn't it?
Well,
happily not so in the end.
It's the calmness under that pressure, because actually the easy thing to do is to panic when it's hit your body and hit your knee, and then you end up snatching at it. So just to allow it to cushion into those hands. Craig Overton takes the catch. Shoaib Bashir has his first wicket. Let's have one more look at that as Jordan Clark makes his way into the middle. Brilliant stuff from Craig Overton. Punch of the air from delight and a little bit of relief, I'm sure. Latham, 99 he made. Well batted, sir.
Well, I think Somerset have got partly the weather to thank for that.
The same. That's not happening if they don't go off for rain, is it?
Amazing what it can do. Just the briefest of breaks. It couldn't have been shorter, really. As soon as the covers were on, the rain stopped and off they came again. And generally, I always feel it's likely to affect the batter's concentration more than the bowlers. Bowlers, especially the quicker ones, get a bit of a rest for a break, although that's barely relevant for a break that brief. But it's just the little break in concentration for the batter. And look what's happened.
Jordan Clark is in good form. 107 against Notts a couple of weeks ago and 78 at Lords last week. He leaves that one alone. That hands on head from both James Rue and Sher Bashir suggests that one might have turned a little bit. Although there is always a bit of posturing going on, I think, in those situations. It has turned, actually, on the replay. That has turned. But if you go by the reaction of bowlers and keepers in those situations, you tend to think it's kind of missed off stump by an absolute whisker. There's a little bit of mind games going on sometimes. Great bit of fielding there from Latham in the covers. They're going to come through for a single. It was over pitched. Clark struck it well. Latham at cover. Got his left hand to it.
He saved 3.
He has. Never easy diving around, actually, on those, on the square, basically, because it's so hard. And Latham just having a look at his left finger, making sure, well, he's got more than one left finger. Left hand. A bit of pain.
Extra cover being pushed right out onto the rope. That one going the other way. Bartlett fielding comfortably at forward short leg. Still very close in there, under the lid. Well, that's turned into a great over for Shoaib Bashir. His first wicket of the innings, 1 for 32 in all from 10. They're pretty tidy figures. And almost a fortuitous breakthrough. First of the morning for Somerset. 5 wickets down now, Surrey. But they are 49 runs in front, so plenty more still to do. Jack's 57, Clark 1.
Elsewhere down at the Ageas Bowl, Essex 169 all out in response to 120, so they have a first innings lead of 49 runs. John Turner, who largely played T20 cricket, he picked up 3 for Kyle Abbott, 3 for Liam Dawson, a couple of wickets, as Craig Overton is going to come back into the attack, replacing Ben Green. Maybe Tom Abel seeing there's a new batter in.
And a plethora of seagulls overhead. There must be dozens of them up there.
They've mistimed their lunch run. Usually it's lunchtime they're down, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen so many in one go. Flying over towards the Somerset stand now. Maybe they've just worked it out. Too early for lunch. Come back in half an hour.
And they were working on September timings, 12:30. Overton then into Jordan Clark.
It's outside the off stump to start. No need for Clark to play it. Clark in at 7 for Surrey. Still to come, Jamie Overton, Gus Atkinson, Tom Laws, who made such an impact with the ball yesterday, and Dan Worrell. So plenty more batting for Somerset to get through here. Imagine that timings will be affected too much by that short delay. Lunch due at 1. So another 35 minutes or so of this session to come. Largely Surrey's, but that breakthrough's given Somerset a glimmer. Again, no need for Clark to play. A bit of a pitch examination.
It is just a glimmer, though, isn't it, Stephen? It's, yes, a potential route back into the game. So Clark's job here actually is just to hold the fort. He can score quickly. He's an aggressive player by nature, Jordan Clark. But what they don't want is to give Somerset any more wiggle room to try and force their way.
Beauty. Just shaping away outside the off stump. That's the delivery of the over. Possibly the delivery of the morning from Craig Overton. Feels like a good decision to bring him back at this stage, having made the breakthrough. Wonder whether that would have been the case if Latham hadn't been dismissed. It's the first one that has been met with the bat this over. 5th delivery of it in all. Craig Overton still looking for his first wicket of the innings. Stroke required from Jordan Clark. End of the over. 15 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 67. Craigo. Clark 1, Jacks 57.
Just intrigued by something on the pitch there, Craigo, for a second. He immediately looked back. I don't know if he slipped or lost his footing. And then he asked Will Jacks about it, and now he's chatting to umpire Warren about it, I think. Is it Warren at this end? Yeah. There was something that caused Craig Overton to either slip or lose his footing. I'm sure he'll keep a close eye on it. From second slip now, first slip. He took that catch in the previous over off Sherb Bashir as well. 10 overs, 1 for 32. I dare say he'll get through a fair few more overs. 22 before the new ball, second new ball's due, Stephen. I wouldn't be surprised if Bashir bowls 11 from one end. Remember, Somerset without Casey Aldridge at the moment. He went off a little bit earlier. As Jacks watchfully pushes it to Tom Abel at mid-wicket.
Just the 1 run since the resumption so far. That was a maiden from Craig Overton, and the 1 run came off Bashir's previous.
1 run, 1 wicket.
Be another one here. Deep mid-wicket. Ben Green there. We gather that Casey Aldridge is suffering from a side strain, which is worrying news.
Yeah, they can be very difficult. Very tricky little injuries, aren't they? Because they might not feel like much, they're only tiny, but if you aggravate them, bowling is so much about those muscles there. Shot from Jordan Clark gets that wide of Tom Kohler-Cadmore at mid-off. His trousers are once again around his knees. And he's going to have to pick them up and trot off towards the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, because that is a lovely shot from Jordan Clark. Long levers he's got. Able to get to the pitch of the ball without much foot movement.
And that rather explains why TKC was anxious that Casey Aldridge should go off as soon as possible. He's feeling it in that area. Don't go on, rest it.
Yeah, worrying that. No Josh Davey in the side this week. Lewis Gregory as well, resting a hand injury. So Tom Abel's going to have to juggle Henry, Overton, Ben Green, and potentially Lammonby.
Yep, along with the man who's on at the moment from the River End. Into his 11th over.
Using his feet there, Jordan Clark ends up just patting it back to Sherb Bashir. Shapes to throw it back at him, but didn't gather the ball cleanly. End of the over, 59 gone, 2-2-4 for 5. That Surrey lead is now 54 runs. There's a Somerset bench. There's Gareth Batty as well in that Surrey blue kit. Done a brilliant job since he took over at Surrey. There is Casey. Shake of the head, but I think that could well be his game done. Which he might. Well, no, disappointing for him because he's having a brilliant season as well, Casey Aldridge. He really is.
Yeah, very, very frustrating.
There's just no point taking the risk, is there?
Craig Overton then is going to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Sounded like a mixture of pad and bat there. It's pushed out to short mid-wicket. Overton alert to the possibility of a single. Quickly getting across to it. Just a brief interruption in the first hour and a half's play here on day 2 at Taunton. Thinking about running it down to third man and then deciding that it wasn't worth the risk. Will Jacks.
I'm being told off by Lloyd Alley. I'm not slating the trousers. They do have a drawstring, as I've been pointed out. He says they have a drawstring for a reason. Tom Codicabmore is just choosing not to use it. I fully concur, Lloyd. It's Tom Codicabmore's choice, that.
Shot. That's all the way to the Somerset stand. No question about it. Glorious extra cover drive from Will Jacks will take him into the 60s. So it's a lesson not in elastication, but in drawstrings. It's getting more and more opaque, this.
Well, yes, I mean, all cricket trousers have them. It's just he either seems to be, if he's not going to use the drawstrings, perhaps he needs to wear a tighter pair.
Or a belt.
A belt
even.
would be good, yeah. Present him with the option.
They used to wear belts a lot, cricketers, back in the golden age. Likes of W.G. Grace were playing, Archie McLaren, belts, scarves.
He doesn't need one, he just needs to use the drawstring.
Multicoloured caps. All sorts they had in those days. Not that I remember.
Read about it. Shield Berry was here yesterday, signing copies of his book. I bought one, Stephen.
Well done.
Lovely shot.
There are going to be 4 more backward of square this time on the offside, and comfortable boundary. So Surrey going along, they've regained the momentum that they just briefly lost during that minuscule break for rain, which was immediately followed by the dismissal of Tom Latham for 99. How frustrating is that for him? 2-3-2 for 5. Rattling along. 2 boundaries off this over already. Here's the last ball of it. Optimistic shout from someone.
No prizes for guessing whom.
Bat hitting the ground.
It's Craigo there. A solitary appeal.
So tell me about Shieldberry's new book.
Well, it's got a chapter, 18 chapters, on the 18 first-class counties. And I've got it next door. Signed a copy to me.
Excellent.
Which is lovely, but I would recommend Shield as a writer. He's a wonderful writer. No one, I think, they've worked out no one in the world has watched more Test cricket than Shield. But also he's an avid follower of county cricket. So well worth a look at that one, I would say.
Especially West Country county cricket.
Still plays in Bristol. I think he went on over 50s Gloucestershire tour or something over the winter. Very keen. The first question he always asks me when I see him is, have you played again? He's probably right to say, because I haven't played for years, you've got to keep playing. You've got to keep going. He bowls his leg spin, takes it quite seriously. But he's always encouraging me to get back to playing. He doesn't want to know how I'm doing with my writing, he wants to know if I'm playing. I've told him he'd be the first to know.
It's going to be Bashir to continue from the river end. Played late and comfortably enough out to deep square. Be a single in that for Jordan Clark to take him to 6. Cricket, the Game of Life is one of Shields' books I've got at home. Delightful read. That would be probably about 5 years old by now, I would think. I don't know whether you've read that one, Sam, but I recommend it.
Disappearing World is his latest offering. This covers all 18 first-class counties. Beyond the Boundaries was one he wrote, I think, as well. Become a bit of a Shieldberry sales pitch, isn't it?
It does. Plenty of plugs. Hope you're listening, Shield. Hope we can sell a few for you. Give me another single there for Will Jacks. To long on. But now I remember he was with the Observer, I think, first up in his writing career. And I remember early days I was following cricket, enjoying his reports.
Good running there, turned into the leg side. Jacks called Clark for a single. Comfortable in the end as well. Surrey just pushing that lead. Yeah, with the Telegraph now. What I like about Shield is he tends to go off and really observe the game, sits on his own, doesn't need to check his opinions or what he's seen with anybody. He just backs himself, says what he sees. No run out to backward point. The first time I met him, after about an hour, it was down here. And he just turned to me and said, "Oh, Craig Overton's changed the hand with which he holds the ball when he runs in from last year." And I was like, how have you observed that? Like, he's such an eye for detail.
The finer points.
Oh, quite. Single again to a Mead at kind of 45, who had to come around to claim that one. End of the over, 2-3-5 for 5, 61 gone. Triggs is back in the box, so I shall make way for him. Stephen Lamb's going to make way for him, sorry. Of course, you've been on all morning without a break, Stephen. Stephen Lamb's doing the Harry Everett, getting first in that lunch queue. We know you're off to give Tom Lammonby his belt, I think, Stephen Lamb. There is Casey Aldridge on screen again. If you're just joining us, he's gone off with a bit of a side strain, so slight worry for Somerset.
All right, Sam.
All right, Triggs. We've been here 2 days, but we haven't chatted to each other on air yet, have we?
Yeah, off air plenty. A few messages last night.
Oh, no.
I was gutted when I saw that. Ladies and gents, Sam is a massive fan of like retro sports shirts. I promised him one of my old Somerset ones, which is close to fruition.
Well, I did wonder, but last night you might have found one for me.
I had a Newcastle United Alan Shearer match-worn signed shirt, and I put it in what I thought was a sealed bag in the garage, and the mice had taken half of it out. Sam was fuming.
Oh.
He would be more than welcome to it, because I have no allegiance to Newcastle United. Craig Overton running in, trying to get this breakthrough. Will Jacks on 68, that immaculate line length, just not getting the nicks. Almost the story of what could have been a remarkable summer wicket-taking wise for Craigo. He seems to have done a lot of that. He's taken a decent amount of wickets, but he could have had so many more.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. He's bowled well without the rewards of previous summers. He's been taking wickets for fun in the last couple of summers, and his bowling average is still decent. But I think he's been bowling in tandem with Matt Henry, and Henry's been the man picking up the wickets. Together, they bowl put so much pressure.
Yeah, it does tend to go that way occasionally. To be fair, he did catch the edge of Latham.
Good catch.
Late last night and wasn't taken. I believe third slip, Sean Dixon. That was a bit of a let-off. Eventually got the man for 99. Shoaib Bashir getting a real important breakthrough. 236 for 5. Surrey in control of this game. We'll be looking to get at least a 100, 150 lead, I would imagine.
They bat deep, don't they, Surrey? You've got players there all the way down. Overton and Laws. Probably, I reckon Laws might come next, actually. I think he's been doing that in recent weeks, coming in ahead of Jamie Overton. An all-rounder in the making.
Tom Laws bowled beautifully yesterday. Do you ever have seasons, remember a season where you felt really unlucky, beating the outside edge all the time? Someone else was picking caddy at the other end or something was picking him up?
Every season. I can remember, I suppose the only, where I genuinely felt like I was bowling as good as ever. And I forget what season it was, but I was on 49 wickets for the championship season. And we went down to Hove, and I bowled 2 innings of the best bowling I've bowled. I can remember a point where I was bowling to Ed Joyce, and it was like 2 or 3 player misses and over. Ed Joyce, a very fine player, and no matter what I did, I just couldn't catch the edge. I was going like a run and over, 1.5 and over. And then the following game, obviously desperate to get that 50th wicket, that milestone, and the first innings here, again, I just couldn't make a breakthrough. I think maybe against Middlesex. 3 innings with no wickets, but bowled as well as I've ever bowled. 60, 70 overs without a wicket, and I finally got one. And it was just, it's so infuriating sometimes. Those small margins for error. I can remember Ed Joyce came down halfway down the wicket, and he said, if we were playing chess, we'd be tipping the queens over.
You did get there though. So you took the new ball that year, didn't you?
Stalemate.
Took the new ball that year?
I did, yeah. Yeah, 50 and 49 wickets in a couple of seasons. It was quite nice to get the new ball, swinging it around. Look at the scorecard there, dominated by that 99 World Jacks, though. Looking in real good shape for his 69. Certainly a one to watch for the England selectors, World Jacks. Very fine all-round cricketer.
Yeah, I would like to see him bat at the top of the order, actually. I think he could be a top 3 candidate for England. That's where there's slight question marks. That's where probably the best way in at the moment is where you've got Root, Brook, Bairstow seem pretty set in that middle order. Tucks it into the leg side, just a single. Took 6 for out in Pakistan on his Test debut. And you and Lammy were saying it, and I've said it previously this season, I think he'd have been a bit upset not to have got the call and watch Moeen Ali kind of breeze back into the side. I get Moeen Ali has done well, and that's the way Stokes wanted to go, but Jacks might have felt he was next in line if there was an off-spinning all-rounder required.
Jordan Clark having a good swish at that, getting away with it inside half out to Ben Green on the leg side boundary. Andy Mead at 45 on for the injured Casey Aldridge. I saw Casey having a bit of treatment. I was in there doing a bit of gym, and he came in and he's with the physio just acting with caution, I would say. Okay. I wouldn't say he's necessarily done anything at this stage, but he was just a bit sore, and bowlers and side strains are always a little bit precarious. I'm sure he'll be back fighting fit as soon as possible.
Fingers crossed, because he's got a key part to play in the Metrobank One Day Cup campaign. As Annie Chave has come into the box behind us. What a delight. As Jacks tucks it to Abel for now.
That looks remarkably like a Gloucester shirt.
It is. She's brought me. James Bracey has given me one of his shirts, the lovely man that he is, for a charity auction.
Oh, okay. It's a charity.
It's going to be in memory of Barnaby and Grace, the 2 students.
This far down the M5, you'll get at least a £5 for that, I'd have thought. For washing the car or drying the car.
I tell you what, it is Spencer Bishop's birthday today, and the reason I found out is because I walked past his laptop and he had an email from Gloucestershire County Cricket Club wishing him a happy birthday on his big day.
Happy birthday, Spencer. The great man is, I wonder how old Spencer is. He's different. I think you'd have to carbon date Spencer. I don't think anyone's sure how old Spencer is. He's just kind of part of the furniture here at Somerset.
He looks quite
Do you know what?
Isn't he?
I've just heard that there's a suspicion that he's 43. Wow. So I think, because I'm 42, we should have a photo next to each other that gets put out on the live stream, and we'll see if he's being truthful about his 43. What do you think, Annie?
He could be out of like a Disney film, though, Spencer, couldn't he? He could either be 43 or 12.
I think he looks like my younger sibling, younger brother.
Ben Green back into the attack.
Some people have said that he's one of the fittest men in the southwest, with the amount of times he walks up the steps here at the Trescothic stand end. He does it 75 100 million thousand steps a day, Spencer, up and down the stairs.
Beats the outside edge there. Yeah, he's a man of many talents, Spencer Bishop. Always rushing somewhere at pace as well, isn't he?
Yeah, he's like a sprightly Lance Armstrong when he goes uphill.
So what was he? Must have been mid-20s when he joined the club. He's been around a while.
He's been a while, that's sure. He's done virtually every job that you could possibly have apart from play. Even though I'm sure he's fantasised about being out there scoring hundreds for Somerset. He's done every other role behind the scenes. Very important man. He was influential in the organising of Monday's celebrations. In fact, most events that are any good, Spencer's got a hand in. So yeah, does a lot of work for the club. And I'm sure the members appreciate him. So yeah. Happy 43rd birthday, Spencer.
He's the man. If you read the match reports on the Somerset website, he's the man who writes the majority of those.
I've just had Annie in my ear saying he's actually 44. So again, I think some sort of relatively painful carbon dating process is going to have to be done for me to believe any of that. Will Jack 70, Jordan Clark, the dangerous in-form Jordan Clark on 8. Really, really good striker of a cricket ball. Scored 100 last week, as I've said a couple of times. Always a dangerous, dangerous cricketer.
Yeah, he's in good nick. He backed that up with 70-odd at Lords as well. He had 100 and then another score of 70+.
Really? Well, we hope.
He's probably one of the first names on that Surrey team sheet, you know.
Well, I think when you've got an all-rounder, you do get that bit of balance to your team. If you've got someone who could play as a frontline bowler and would maybe get in the team as a batter as well, I think you slot them in at 6-7, 5-6-7, and it just gives you options. You can play that extra bowler, and it's why the bowling stock of Surrey looks so deep. If you, like I said, he is a frontline bowler. Open the bowl in 1 for 28 off his 10 overs. Means there's not much let up. You've got Gus Atkinson, Overton, Laws, Worrell as well, Will Jacks.
Got him thin outside edge just as we were picking up Jordan Clark. Commentator's curse. He just pushes at 1 at Ben Green, maybe kept a little bit low. Taken the outside edge, gone through to James Rue behind the stumps, and Somerset have their 6th wicket.
Yes, the green machine. He's back at it. Whatever colour ball, he has the knack of getting wickets. That's a really good delivery. Angled in, just straightening off of the seam, catching the outside edge. Ben Green has picked up a couple of real handy wickets here. Well bowled.
Yeah, really good from Ben Green. Took wickets for fun in the Vitality Blast. Only overtaken by Matt Henry with that winning wicket, and he's come into the championship side. Got 100 last week with the 2s down at Hampshire, but he is an all-rounder, Ben Green, and he's picked up a couple of key wickets. Surrey then 6 down. They're in a decent position. They're already 69 runs in the lead.
Yeah, well done, Ben Green. His 13 previous first-class games have yielded 6 wickets, so not a prolific wicket taker by any stretch, but he's certainly found the knack this season of taking valuable wickets. Excellent stuff. Real bonus there for the captain. He's going to probably have to pick up Casey Aldridge's slack, so he's going to have quite a role to play for the rest of this match.
Looks to me like Jamie Overton, so they've switched the order around from last week.
Big Jamie Overton walking to the crease, swinging his bat around. Must be a decent player if he warms up on his way to the crease, swinging his bat around his head.
Now, he strikes it all hard. They've got 2 very fast scorers here at the crease, Will Jack, Jamie Overton. I don't know if they've got half an eye on the weather. It's meant to be wet later on today and some rain through tomorrow. Sorry, needing a victory. I know we're still very early in the game, 71 overs left today, but it's not exactly been typical summer weather these last couple of weeks. Then an eye on the rain at Lords. They were only chasing 70 odd, but they did it very quickly, and they needed to because the rain then set in about half an hour after play finished, and they wouldn't have got through the afternoon, so they would have only drawn a game that they dominated. It's now looking a little bit brighter this afternoon, but BBC has us basically as raining all afternoon. There's rain about tomorrow.
A little bit of rain about Friday. I know it changes and you can't really rely on it. Sorry, may have half an eye on that. 11 shy of a batting bonus point. Bashir starting to move over to Jacks. George Bartlett is at a kind of straightish mid-wicket on the catch. Abel also at mid-wicket. Bartlett will come onto your screen very shortly. For someone like Casey, presumably when you've got a side strain as a bowler, you can't take any risks with it, even if it's because if you open that up, it's a long injury to come back from.
Yes, we did have a brief conversation. Just gave my somewhat advice from a person who's done a couple of side strains over the career. I think you have got to be careful because you could turn a 7-day niggle into the end of your season, 6 weeks. If you go any more than like a grade 1, as they call it, tear of the side, intercostal muscles, rib muscles, you look at it a minimum of 5 to 6 weeks. So I think, I mean, that's the challenge. When you're a young man, you're in good form, you get a niggle, you want to push it, but with sides, if you bowl one more ball on a small little nick, you can just blow it out, and you're in a real spot of bother. There's no way of not. If you had a minor grade hamstring or a groin or a calf or anything, you can, moderate your run up, change your bowling style to kind of get through. With a side strain, you can't protect it. So when you do that bowling action again, you're really susceptible to, a serious injury. So yeah, hopefully Casey and Jamie Thorpe's magnificent with the players. He will monitor him, and if he does bowl in the next few days, it would be at a very, very low level, and if there's any pain, it will just be pulled. The plug will be pulled straight away. So we hope Casey will be back soon, and we wish him well.
That was brilliant actually to see, because the Casey Young player having a great season was keen, but he'd obviously said something to Tom Kohler-Cadmore, because Tom Kohler-Cadmore came over and went, hang on a minute, called Matt Henry in and said, look Matt, you're a bowler, you tell him you can't do that. I mean, no blame on Casey, like he was just keen to get on with it, but I think they very sensibly said, I did not even take that risk.
I did it once and I would never do it again. I was in New Zealand, I felt something go and I gave it the old, I'll be okay. I bowled the next ball and I ended up rupturing it off the rib, and it was I think 8 to 12 weeks before I did it on Boxing Day, and I was actually in a race to get fit for the next season. It's that severe. So yeah, I'm sure he'll be cautious. Nice bit of bowling there from Ben Green. Just the overcast conditions probably helping out the medium pace. Be unbelievable performance from Ben Green if he can pick up the scalp of Will Jacks. Another ball dab to the vacant point region for a single.
Yeah, and I wonder if James Real will come back up to the stumps shortly. He was doing it to Will Jacks a little bit earlier just to keep him in the crease. We saw Jacks using his feet there. Jamie Overton having a word with Will Jacks. I wonder if we might see Craig return at some point to bowl at Jamie. Just the one spell from Matt Henry as well so far this morning. Probably not going to come back with about 10 minutes before lunch. Maybe save him for after lunch.
Yeah, I think as Green has got a wicket, they'll keep him going. I feel like this is going to be a bit of a moment in the game here, Jamie Overton. I think Jamie Overton will fancy trying to sort of dominate his fellow Devonian. Jamie's such a clean striker of the ball, and I think he'll fancy taking on Ben Green or someone of Ben Green's pace. Interesting to see how he plays it. He's ever maturing, Jamie, though. He's become a very, very fine cricketer. He obviously scored that 90 in a test match. So he's certainly not just a hitter. He can certainly bat, but we know that once he gets the bit between his teeth, he can light grounds up, that's for sure.
5 minutes to go before lunch. So we'll get one more over after this one. So maybe it's a case of being watchful until lunch. I hope the rain stays away this afternoon. It'll be interesting to see where he goes with his bowling in T20, Jamie Overton, because he came back from his injury at the start of the season and he just played as a batter in T20 for Surrey for the first half, and he then started bowling, but he didn't really bowl much for Surrey in T20 the last couple of years. He'd been largely used as a hitter and a brilliant fielder. That's a nice shot, but straight at cover. But I saw him, he'd done an interview or two, I think it was, after that Middlesex game. He said it was really interesting to play T20 and watch people bowl, because he said as a bowler, it happens so quickly when you're bowling, you don't get time to think about it. So he feels he's learnt a lot this season, actually being out there watching what the other bowlers are doing, which I found was quite insightful.
Yeah, I think that with his pace as a bowler, you know, I think you've got to have that element of control. If you bowl erratically with pace, you're going to disappear. And I mean, just looking now, he goes at nearly 9.5 runs and over in T20 cricket. So he's got all the raw attributes to be world class, no doubt about it. But like I said, you know, being quick these days doesn't really phase too many batters. And like I said, if you're short and wide or bowling short, people just get after you. Yeah, it's just yeah, he's an incredible hitter though. I mean, like I said, his T20 strike rate of 172.
Wow.
So he has been used in franchise competitions around the world as a middle order hitter. Beautiful piece of bowling there from Shoaib. Deceiving Will Jacks.
Seen a couple turn.
James Rue quickly having those bails off. Looked like he was bowled as well. Views obstructed a little bit. But no, Will Jacks gets that foot down just in time. Shoaib just trying to get through his over to give Ben Green one more. Oh, beautifully, the young Somerset off-spinner.
He seems to be getting better by the game, doesn't he, Shoaib, this year?
Yeah, he certainly will do. Growing in confidence and feeling comfortable in this environment. Puts a lovely shape on the ball. Certainly winning the award for quickest over.
Yeah, he's not. I've given him credit because he's not afraid to put it above the eye line, but this one he's kind of firing through it, isn't it? And the over then, 241 for 6, 67 overs gone, and I think we are going to get one more over of Ben Green before lunch. So 68 remaining in the day. A lot of cricket left. Today, Somerset ahead on the over 8, and I believe Mr. Trigo's lunch is being hand delivered.
Oh, wow.
How about that, as we say thank you to WPA Health Insurance for sponsoring the live stream, and thank you very much for keeping Mr. Trigo fed.
Phenomenal. Always look forward to my my lunchtime omelette. Beautiful. Now, especially now that I'm training from a bike ride, I need to keep the weight down, make sure I'm racing fit for the season.
I was going to ask, but presumably if you're going to be cycling 60 miles a day in training, you're going to have to add a little bit more to that omelette for your energy levels.
Maybe. Power to weight ratio is a big thing, isn't it? I don't want, you know, I've been doing a lot of training to get bigger. I don't want to be carrying, you know, too much muscle up those hills.
Jordan Clark and Dan Worrell from the Surrey side will be joining you. It's a nice looking shot from Jamie Overton. Tom Kohler-Cadmore though cuts it off it mid-off, and his trousers stay up, so a rare sight. How many miles is that cycle then, Tree?
It is about 450 k's, so it's just shy of 100 miles a day for 3 days. So it will be relatively challenging, I'd have thought. Quite enjoy those kind of attritional sporting endeavours.
That's Matt Henry doing the fielding at mid-on for no run, so 2 balls left before lunch, and that's for the PCA, is it, raising money?
Yeah, the Professional Cricketers Trust. So for those who follow the club, I'll try and bend the arm of the club social media team to repost some adverts, try and get a bit of sponsorship, raising money for the PCA Trust. Lots of good causes that they support over the year in our cricketing family, as it's called. I'm going to go to the test match tomorrow, Sam, just having a look at, which in principle sounds like a great day out, but the travelling to London and back just kind of dominates my emotions. I really don't have much time for travelling into the nation's capital.
Yes, I remember last time you went, didn't you end up running around sweating away to get your train at Paddington? It stresses you out a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, some country boy, mate. I like the idea of London, but I'm a in and out kind of guy.
What are you doing up at the Oval then? Are you entertaining? Are you hosting?
I'm hopefully going to be entertaining to the people that I'm with. I'm actually been invited by one of our partners here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Hygos Insurance. So that's very kind of them to be brave enough to have my company for the day.
I'm no doubt you'll be forthright with your views as to what is going on the pitch.
I will just be enjoying the day. Hopefully catch up with Leachy. That is the lunch break now. Surrey 246 for 6. They've picked up a healthy 76 lead so far in this first innings. In the lunch interval, we've got Ian Blackwell talking in our ex-players podcast for you to enjoy if you want to stay online or go off, make yourself some lunch. Listen to that in the background. We'll be back in about 35-40 minutes for the resumption of day 2 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Welcome to another player podcast at Somerset County Cricket Club, and today we're joined by Ian Blackwell. Lucky, lovely to see you back here at Taunton.
Nice to be back, Richard. Yeah, thanks for having me.
That's right, you're very welcome. And I would describe you as the man who's played the most aggressive championship innings I've ever seen here or anywhere else in all my watching days. And we'll talk about that a bit later on. But can you tell us how you sort of came to be here in the first place? You came here first in 2000. How did that come about?
Yeah, I was brought up in Derbyshire, Chesterfield, and I played all the way through the age groups and got onto the staff there in 96-7. Had 3 years there, and in 2099 I played a couple of good games against Somerset actually in the one-day stuff when I was making my way for Derby, and Dermot Reeve was the coach, and I think we got hammered down here, but I think I got 80. And we got hammered at Derby, and I got 40. And and sort of Dermot said, "I think you've got something that we'd be interested in utilising, and we need a spinner for the years going forward." Because I think we just had Logger, Adrian Pearson down here, who was 38 at the time, and obviously he could see me bat as well, and you know he had high hopes for me, and said we want you to come and join Somerset.
And what was it like coming into the club at that stage with Dermot in charge and that sort of thing?
It was quite daunting in a way, because I think we all looked up at Dermot as an innovative coach and somebody that had obviously been at the very highest level, and he was always utilising the little grey areas in cricket, and you know just trying to be the best that he could be, and you know that sort of transpired with the squad we had. You go into a dressing room with Jamie Cox and Marcus Ruskothic, Andy Caddick, Mark Lathwell, you know, some serious players in the team, and you know, you sort of ask yourself, are you good enough to, you know, to grace the same field as them in their team? So for me, that was having to break down those barriers at the age of 20, and you know, come into a side that you know was very good and try and impress.
But obviously, you came in and fitted in pretty well, didn't you? You seemed to pretty quickly establish yourself in the side.
Yeah, I think first year was pretty good. I think I might have scored 800 runs and got 30 odd wickets. But you know, when you're playing on an absolute road here at Somerset, it was difficult to take wickets. And I think anyone who said they played at Somerset in the early 2000s, they all knew it to be a batting paradise and lots of runs, quick outfield, and bowling was quite tricky. But I did okay, and I think then Kevin Shine took over the following year, and he brought Keith Dutch in from Middlesex, and I think he favoured him over me at the outset, and I don't think I played in the first team until the middle of I think after the first 6 games of the second season, which was obviously disappointing on my part.
But then that second season, I mean, you got runs, and we had the 2001 championship. The cup win, didn't we?
Yeah.
I mean, that must be one of the highlights of your early career.
Yeah, it was. I think they also won it, or they won it the year before I joined, and to go back to back and sort of, I think following those footsteps of what the team did, and to actually play in every game and to do quite well. We obviously thought we got a very good one-day side that could compete every year, and obviously Gloucester were, second to none back in the day as well, and it was a very close rivalry against the Gloucesters all the way through, and we were fortunate enough to win in 2001. But yeah, it's obviously a very big highlight of my career, that as well.
And I'm guessing to lift a trophy at Lord's is something a bit special, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember much of it, if I'm honest, Richard, but I just remember, I think England won 5-1 on the same day in the football, yes. And all I remember is just the phenomenal support that we had from the Somerset faithful, and, to hear everybody's names being chanted and all the adulation, especially after the crowds we get here to follow us to Lord's was very special.
Yeah, you've touched on something which everybody seems to mention. The crowds here are something different, aren't they? I mean, you've obviously now involved with umpiring, and you come here, and the crowds here as a player, and when you come as an outsider to look in. I mean, there's something special about Taunton crowds, isn't there? Yeah,
I've had it on all fronts. I've obviously come down here as an opposition player as well. Certainly when I'd moved to Durham, I think when Somerset got the better of Durham in one of the, I think might have been a quarter-final down here, you just realised that I was so happy sort of being a Somerset player with the crowds that they had rather than somebody from the opposition. So, yeah, it's a great place to come. The crowds seem, almost on top of you, and they're very vocal after they've had a bit of a session on the cider, and, it just makes for a great atmosphere because there's no malice there, not, to the extent where, it becomes that aggressive, but they make themselves known, and, most of the players appreciate it, and I know the home players do, and it's a great atmosphere to play in front of.
That 2001 team, I mean, you talked about Dutchie come in, Jono came in as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
And that sort of seemed to be the finishing touches in that team. It was sort of a rebuild, wasn't it, slightly? You came involved in 2000, they came in 2001, and suddenly it all seemed to click, didn't it?
It did. I think, obviously, we need to take wickets at Somerset, and I think we'd got enough batting power. Yes, we were going to miss Marcus playing for England, and, Caddy was missing at times, but when we were full strength, we did need a second spinner, and Dutchie was a very good addition to that, and he was obviously in the one-day setup as well, and me and him bowling in tandem worked very well for the club, and to have someone like Richard Johnson with his strike power swung the ball, which if you're not going to bowl at express pace here at Somerset, if you swing it, you can get wickets, as Caddy proved, time and time again. So Jono slotted in nicely, and, he's just a great guy to have in the changing room as well.
And obviously, if we can now move on to that 2003 season, let's talk about that game when Derby came down here. And talk us through it. It's looming large for me, so it must be with you, I'm guessing, but you've talked about it a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was off the back of us all receiving letters from Peter Anderson for being that bad in the year that we were all threatened with a sack. And I think we came into those sort of last 3 games with something to prove. And, we finished very well here. I know I certainly did, scoring 3 big lots of runs. And the one against Derby, it's all a blur, really. I think we thought last game of the season, it was a green wicket. You know, we thought, well, we'll win the toss and we'll bat anyway, just because, you know, we'd had a gut full of fielding all year long here. And obviously it didn't go to plan. I think we were quickly 20 odd for 4 when I went in. And yeah, it was just one of those, certainly didn't want to get out to Corky moments, which sort of started my innings, and it was quite pedestrian at the start, if I remember rightly. I just didn't want to get out to Corky, and, you know, I think he ran through the top order quite nicely, and we managed to limp to lunch, I think, at about 100 for 7 or a little more. And then after lunch, obviously found my 3rd or 4th gear, and yeah, every ball that seemed to hit the middle either went for 4 or 6.
A bit understating it there, Blackie. Corky took, I think, 4 wickets for 5 runs off 18 balls.
Yeah.
And then your innings, actually you scored your big runs very quickly with 11 sixes and 29 fours, I want to say. That's off the top of my head.
27.
27. You see, you know.
I do know, only because every century I did score that Jerry used to write me a scorecard. He used to do 2. He used to do 1 for me and 1 for my dad, and I do have them all framed up, to be fair. And the 200 is actually in my downstairs toilet. So every time I do visit the lavatory, it's something that I do look at, and, you know, gives me a bit of a smirk every now and again. Just you know, oh, I did play, and it was, you know, but the years keep sort of going, oh God, that's 20 years ago now. So time certainly flies, but, you know, I do fond memories still of that day.
It was such clean hitting there, Blackie. That's what I remember of it. It wasn't slogging, it was clean hitting.
Yeah, it was just one of those days where things hit the middle, but equally you play out at Somerset and everything is true. The bounce was true. The wicket wasn't a particularly quick wicket, but it came onto the bat nicely. It bounced as it should do. And you could hit up on the ball. You could, you know, wait for the ball to come under your eye line. And Corky was skillful. He got wickets by swinging the ball. And I think I just tended to watch the ball a lot more than perhaps other people for those reasons that I said earlier. So for me, it was not a case of trying to hit every ball for 4 or 6, because I think that's the danger of when you do that, you know, you just hole out. So it was just one of those freak days, and, you know, it happens once in a career, and, you know, fortunately it was for me against Derby, and I believe it was Hildy's debut as well.
It was indeed. I was going to mention that. I mean, he's somebody else you've watched develop over the years, isn't it? I mean, he's a wonderful career.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, he's actually godfather to Lily as well, my daughter. So, yeah, me and him are very close, and, you know, it's great to see what he achieved at the club as well.
Go back to that innings again. Is it true that one of your 6s hit St James's Church roof? Do you know?
You tell me, Richard. I was, you know, in the moment, it was. It definitely looked like it was heading towards the church. I think Kevin Dean was the bowler, and yeah, I mean, it's not that big a hit, to be fair, but yeah, I think some people say at the top of the church. I don't think it got anywhere near the top of the church, and if it did hit it, then, you know, I'll take that.
It's your target zone, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, long
from
on.
Bottom end.
Yeah, certainly from the Botham stand end, anything into the graveyard and the churchyard is in my locker, and yeah, you know, anywhere towards the flats and Cow Corner as well.
So where we're sitting now wouldn't be far off where the ball would have soared over.
Yeah, not too far, I suppose. You see some big hits nowadays, and, you know, whether or not you can compare with the stands that are here now, and you think, oh, that's a big hit. And I remember Keysvetter hit him on over the flats, and, you know, whether or not you think, could I have done that back in the day? You're not sure, but, you know, it seemed big at the time.
It did indeed. And 2003 saw the start of the T20 competition, didn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, what were your thoughts at the time about that?
I think everyone saw it as a bit of a hit and giggle. Certainly not the hype that there is today about T20 and the money involved, and, you know, probably the adulations that you get, certainly at international level if you move up, or IPL, and even now the 100 that's come out. We saw it basically as the 4-day team still playing one-day cricket, And then when you lost a few games and you're out of the tournament, you played all the youngsters to give the old boys a bit of a break. But now it's very much seen as a completely separate side, and the young lads come in and play with no fear. All the shots in the book, and some shots that you've never even seen before. And the game certainly changed, but I think we all loved it because it was it was seemed half a day's work for the same pay. So that was how it was viewed back in the day. But now it's obviously very different and, very serious.
And you'd have made a lot more money, wouldn't you, now?
Potentially. I try not to think about it, Richard, if I'm honest. Where you look at some of the money that's, flying around now for players that really haven't, played a 4-day game in their life, or they're not regulars at their county yet. They're going to T10 tournaments and, the UAE or wherever the next tournament is, and they're earning some life-changing money, and, fair play to them. It would have been nice if it was 20 years ago and the same happened, but, unfortunately not, and, I've got a life of umpiring ahead of me.
Let's move forward now to 2005. 2003-04, we were learning T20, weren't we? But then somebody came onto the scene in 2005 who made a huge difference to this club, didn't he?
Yeah, Graham Smith. We were lucky enough to have Ricky Ponting the year before for half a dozen games. I think he came for a month, and just to be able to learn from both of those two was just, a big eye-opener. Graham came and captained the T20, and he just had a clear plan. We're going to win the toss, we're going to bat, we're going to post the total on the board, and then we're going to squeeze. And some of the field settings seem a bit rogue that he operated with, but he said that's where people hit the ball. Under pressure, you revert to the slogging across the line, and, he was very innovative in that sort of sense. And, we just got on a roll. And I think that is the tournament, essentially. If you can get on a roll, win games, and we won games where we should never have won. But we put enough pressure on the opposition, and, it's such a new tournament that people couldn't chase 7 and over. Now you think it's 10, 12, even 13, 14 is gettable. 50 in 3 overs. No way going to get that back in the day. But now, you never say never. And, we just utilised what was ahead of us at that time. And Graham Smith was a fantastic leader, and everyone followed.
That was a special day, wasn't it, the game at the Oval? And it rained, and everything came into play, and we were very much the underdogs going into that final against a star-studded Lancashire side.
Yeah, I think we enjoyed that, to be fair, and I think it helped us being. I think we were the second semi-final on, so that we almost played back-to-back. So we were allowed a leisurely morning, which we had a meeting, and Gareth put together Mark Garrow, the coach, he put together a big sort of montage of clips of everybody being brilliant, and we watched it, and Graham Smith said a few words, and it was actually really powerful ahead of the day. And then we went to the Oval. We managed to watch some of the first semi-finals, so we could take in the crowd, the atmosphere, see what the wicket's doing. I think it went in our favour quite nicely, that did, and having a shortened chase against Lancashire proved to be the winning formula for us.
Yeah, and that was special. And the open top bus ride, you remember that here?
I do remember that, yes. It was a bit surreal and strange, but I think a few people did turn out to see it, and it just brings a smile to your face knowing that you've brought something to the town and certainly the club.
And obviously you took over the skipper's role when Graham Smith went. That must have been a special time for you.
Yeah, it was. It was the back end of the year after the T20s when Graham left. It was great to sort of have a chance of captaining the club that I love so much. And as a young sort of side, it was difficult. It was tough. We had no real senior pros. We had quite a few missing with injury or selection with international cricket. So we just went out and played. There was no fear. I don't think there was any expectation on us, and I think we did okay, but by certainly no means we weren't challenging for any silverware. But it was an ambition of mine that I wanted to captain the club and take it forward the best way I could.
Before we move on from 2005, you played in another never to be forgotten day when we beat the Aussies down here.
I did. I was under the radar that day. It was. I think the Graham Smith and Jaya Surrey show. But yeah, Australia came and, they treated it very much like a bit of a practice and a warm-up. They had several batters come in, get 70 and disappear off and, let someone else have a go. Whereas we weren't likely to do that. We were obviously trying to win the game. And I think chasing 340, I think we were 200 for none off 20 overs. Two of the best hundreds I've ever witnessed in all my life in one-day cricket. And, I still think we just about limped over the line, 5 down with Hildy scoring the winning runs, I believe. And, I managed to bat for a little while and get 20 odd. So it was, a fantastic day in front of a full house.
I mean, that was fantastic. Again, one of those days, if you were here, you'd never forget it. A really special day. And then let's move into 2006, when obviously you started the season, but then you had a shoulder injury. Yeah,
I came back from India's one-day setup and series there, and I'd had a problem. So I'd had a jab while I was out there, which hadn't worked at all, and I was still getting the same pain. And I think it was only the second game of the season where I knew something wasn't right, but I didn't exactly know what. And I chased the ball down in front of us here, and I turned to throw it, and something pinged. And I threw the ball about 30 yards, and I fell in a heap, and I'm like, this is not right. So I remember Brian Rose driving me to hospital, and we went and saw a specialist, and they said the only way we're going to really know is if we go inside and take a look, because the scan was clear. And I said, I can tell you it's not clear. There's something definitely going on. And all the things that were happening in the shoulder were when it was moving. So a stationary scan, everything seemed normal. I had no tear in the skin when I was stationary, because they put some dye into the shoulder to see if it leaks through, and it didn't. But he said it was like a half-inch tear in the labrum, which I had. But there was a big dossier of what was wrong with my shoulder, and it wasn't great. So I had to have an immobilisation sling, and I had a slap tear repair done, and all sorts of bother, which obviously I've had it done 3 times now. So ultimately that's what finished me off. Yeah.
And obviously then you didn't really play the rest of the season, did you?
No, I think I played the last 2 games. Came back and probably too soon, probably shouldn't have bothered. But I think I was going slightly mad at that point, and to miss an entire season wasn't an option for me. And I was ready to start playing again, and I think it contributed a bit towards the last 2 championship matches. And it was not a great season for me.
Cam White skipper, didn't he?
Yes, I did some commentary actually that year, so it wasn't all lost, and quite enjoyed doing a few games down here where Cam White got his 150, was it? I think
he got that T20 150.
Yeah, so it was interesting from that perspective, but also gutting I couldn't have been out there with him, doing the same. Yeah,
indeed. And 2007, you were part of the side that actually got us back into the First Division.
Yeah, I think our cricket took a turn for the better, certainly on the 4-day front around that time when Justin Langer came as captain, and the way he did things, it was interesting. But ultimately, we needed that rudder in the ship to steady us and turn us around, because, one for a better word, we were a bit of a rabble, and with no direction. And the only time we had direction in the previous 2 years was when Ricky Ponting and Graham Smith arrived. So that was certainly addressed, and the way he played his cricket, he was one of the hardest men on field that you come across, and that was his advantage. But a lot of people could say it was his flaw as well.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, we came back up, and we've stayed there ever since, haven't we? I mean, I got pictures of celebrations at Essex, wasn't it?
Chelmsford.
Where we won it.
Yeah.
Always a nice place to go and win.
Always, because, they're a bit like the crowd here at Somerset on a Friday night in a T20, about it. And, to go there and to perform in the Championship and actually to win there was fantastic. And I think a lot of people took a big sigh of relief once we got over the line, because we knew we shouldn't be in the second division. As Notts at the time, they were a very good side. But to come ahead of those and actually win it, I think that just showed just how much we'd turned the club around.
And we had, a couple of bowlers, really fast bowlers. We had a good partnership there with Pup and with Caddy. two brilliant opening bowlers for us.
Yeah, and, you know, Caddy's record speaks for itself, but I think Charles was probably one of the most underrated swing bowlers at that time. I've never seen a guy swing the ball as much since Richard Johnson came to the club. But just to have a left arm and a different angle of attack just completed us, really. And, you know, he got wicket after wicket. And, you know, once he got on a roll, he could get 5 for 50 and, you know, roll sides out for 150, which just made our jobs as batters even easier.
We've talked about your batting a lot. We haven't talked much about your bowling. And
Not much to say, Richard, I think.
You've had some good returns for the club, haven't you? Was 7 for 90 was your best for Somerset?
Yeah,
I think?
back-to-back weeks of 7 to 90, I think.
Yeah.
But that, few and far between for me. It was, you know, a case of playing here. My job was to bowl maidens, was to bowl from one end to rotate the seamers at the other end. And if I could pick up a wicket here or two along the way, then I was doing my job for the team. But my job, I basically said, go at 2 and over, keep it as tight as possible. And that wasn't very easy playing on a wicket like Taunton. Just glad they don't bat the way they did or now to how they do back in the day. So, you know, I could bowl at batters and they, you know, respect you a little more than perhaps they would now. But yeah, I love bowling. I'd rather bowl than stand in the field. And yeah, if it was my wicket, I could prove to people that I could, you know, spin the ball and take wickets. But I wouldn't say I was a wicket taker. I would say I was somebody that kept it tight and could bowl lots of overs and quite often bowled a whole session, you know, unchanged. And that's how I like to do it. You know, I like to bowl 10, 15 overs on the trot and really get stuck into the batters.
Something we haven't talked about that's happened in between the times we've been talking was your England career. I mean, tell us a little bit about that and how that all came about.
Yeah, I think initially it was I got my chance via an injury to Andrew Flintoff. It was one of the cups out I went to Sri Lanka and just a round robin tournament. I think we only played 2 games in our group of 3 and it was, can't remember what kind of, it was just an ICC Champions Trophy type thing, and I got the call because Flintoff, I think, had a shoulder injury. I had something, and obviously they thought they might need an extra spinner as opposed to, you know, somebody that can bowl fast or medium fast. And obviously my batting helped me get that position as well. But that was my first introduction to playing for England, which it was a bit of a surprise at the time, but you know, one that I hoped would come, and you know, very thankful for the opportunity.
Of course, we had 3 of you playing for England, didn't we, at one stage?
Yeah, with Johnson and Caddick as well, yeah.
And Trez?
Yeah, Trez, yeah. I'd say Jono was a bit after, but me, Caddy and Trez both went to that ICC Champions Trophy.
Yeah, I mean, that great ambition to play for England and to get that chance, something else you can tick the box to say, I've done it. Yeah,
you get your numbers playing for England and no one can take them away.
37?
Yeah, that was my shirt number, but 170 was my ODI number and 629 was my test number. But it was one of those surreal moments where, you know, am I good enough for this? Why have I been picked? What am I doing? And then, you know, you have to go in and bat out of position and not bowl perhaps when you would do for your county. So it's all a bit surreal, and I don't think we quite got the opportunities back then as you get now with, you know, being included in series after series and given those opportunities, where I just felt I was playing for my next game, which, you know, rightly or wrongly was a good way to look at it, I suppose, because if I performed, I knew that I was going to get another game. But equally, I never felt part of the team, which, you know, is a strange thing to say, but that's how I felt at the time.
We won promotion in 2007 back into the First Division. You had a big season in 2008, didn't you? You got 1,000 runs.
Yeah, I think only 5 of us that year got 1,000 runs. I think it was me, Trez and JL for Somerset, so 3 of us were playing here, which probably shows you just how flat the wicket was compared to everywhere else in the country. And yeah, I thought I'd perform pretty well, scoring quite a lot of consistent runs and saving games at the right time if we were in trouble. And I chipped in with a few wickets as well. And yeah, it was a pretty good year for me, 2008.
And then, disappointingly, you drifted off and went over to Durham.
Yes.
Hard decision to make?
Very, yeah. My wife at the time, Beth, she was pregnant with the twins. And I'd still had 2 years left on my contract, and a move to another club wasn't on my radar. And even when it happened, it still wasn't on my radar. So, it was one of those unfortunate things where certain things aligned in the wrong way, shall we say, and it led me to having to go somewhere else.
But you had good seasons with Durham, didn't you? Very good seasons.
Yeah, and I think I didn't have anything to prove, but it was nice to go to Durham and actually won Supporters Player of the Year my first year. I think I scored just under 1,000 runs and got 48 wickets. So I knew that I could do it. It was an amazing new challenge, and to go into a Durham side that were full of internationals, playing with Benke and Diver and, there was Plunkett, Mustard, Onions, Harmison. The list was endless, and Shiv Chandapur, he was overseas, and, to slot into that side and to win the championship, it was a phenomenal first year, and something that probably the previous year would never have even thought would happen.
No, and then you had times there, and then towards the end of your playing career, you had half a season down at Warwickshire, didn't you? And got another championship medal. Yeah,
I had second shoulder operation as well, which hampered somewhat the Durham part of my career. And then towards the end, 2012, Collie got left out of the England setup, so he came back and he wanted to bat six. So he sort of nudged me out of the side because obviously, Durham is his club, and he's obviously got the Trez reputation of Durham. So, it was tough for me to get into the side. They ended up playing Scott Borthwick as the spinner, who ended up batting three. They obviously played on predominantly seaming pitches, so didn't use the spin option until we went away from home. So, frustratingly, I got left out the T20 side middle of that summer. To which then I went and did some umpiring. So I wondered if I was going to enjoy it or not. And it was a time where the T20 was a block. So I had sort of 3 or 4 weeks where I could actually do 3 umpiring games on the trot, and I loved it. I absolutely loved it. I did my level 3 coaching, but that wasn't something I wanted to pursue because it's very volatile as a coach, and wasn't a passion of mine. Just did it just because I thought I might need something at the end of my career. But then when I started umpiring, loved it and wanted to pursue that. And, here we are now after doing 5 years, I say, before I got onto the list.
Yeah, your first game was here, wasn't it? First class game for Somerset, wasn't it? 2015, wasn't that?
No, I did one here, but my first one, I think, was at, might have been at Sussex with Jerry.
Right.
So, but I'd done a... it might have been a university game.
Yeah, you did a Durham university game.
Yeah, that was
with Wolfie. I think.
That was classed as first class. That would have been my first. But the first championship game was with Jerry. It was nice to obviously stand here and you sort of look around and have those fond moments of you being out there as a cricketer rather than as an umpire, and just looking at how things have changed over the years.
Things have changed here, haven't they? I mean, but it's still got something about it when you come back here, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's still very special. You wouldn't call it a stadium. I think it's one of those that sort of progressed as a ground still. There was cinema seats there and a very upright stand, and you were literally on the boundary. The flats weren't there, and there's a little cow shed in the bottom where it's obviously the Hildreth stand. So a lot of things have changed, and obviously we're in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion before the Caddick Pavilion was built. So a lot of things have changed, and it's probably nice in a way that I witnessed it as a player as it was very different to how it is now, because I think that would be a bit more strange.
Yeah, and here you are, after all the years, still living here in Taunton and enjoying being around and about.
Yeah, I don't think I'd move anywhere else, unless I had to go. Obviously, my kids live around here, and you know, they're growing fast, and you know, I'm more of a taxi service now for them than anything else, which, you know, it's great to see them love the sport as well and get involved. They're all in the development here, so I know they want to be cricketers, so whether or not that'll transpire, we'll wait and see. But, you know, I love it round here, and, you know, I consider it my home more than I do Chesterfield and Derbyshire.
Brilliant, Blackie. Lovely to talk to you. Thank you for coming and give us your time today.
Thanks very much, Richard.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, day 2 of this LV County Championship match between Somerset and Surrey. And Surrey very much in control of the game at the moment. 246 for 6 in reply to Somerset's 170 all out. That means that so far today they've put on 108, Surrey, for the loss of 2 wickets, and glimmers of encouragement for Somerset in those 2. The wicket of Tom Latham, who will consider himself a little bit unfortunate. He was on 99 when the players were called off for a brief rain break, and it was about as brief as they come. No sooner had the covers gone on than they came back off again, and the players trooped out, and the very first ball after the interruption, Tom Latham stared to Craig Overton at first slip off Shoaib Bashir, and Craig Overton took a juggling catch at the 3rd attempt. The ball looked a bit like a piece of soap for a while in the big hands, but ended up in the right place from Craigo's point of view. Tom Latham gone for 99, came from 167 deliveries, 16 boundaries, and the other wicket to fall, Jordan Clark, who played inside a ball from Ben Green, which just feathered its way through to James Rue behind the stumps. And that was Clark gone for 8. Those wickets falling at 218 and 239. And on it's gone to 246 for 6 now. Jamie Overton, late of this parish, on 5 not out. And Will Jacks, who's been very much in control during the morning session, is on 72. First ball of the afternoon, nicely driven by Jamie Overton. Out into the covers, won't be a run. Shoaib Bashir taking up the attack from the river end. That's the end from which he was in action in the first session as well. There's a slight misfield there, but not enough to enable a run for Jamie Overton. I'm Stephen Lamb, and Sam Dalling alongside me. Afternoon, Sam.
Hello, Stephen. Sorry, Triggs is still waiting for his coffee in the queue, so I thought I'd jump in
no worries.
and help out.
This is off the outside edge, I fancy, leading edge of the bat, out to deep extra cover. It'll be a single for Jamie Overton. He goes to 6, 247 for 6.
Got to have his proper coffee, isn't he? Downstairs in the bar.
Indeed, to go with his proper omelette.
Yeah, needs his machine. It's like proper ground coffee. Doesn't stand for anything less, Triggs. And rightly so.
Yeah, he takes a slightly dimmer view of what's available up here than I do. Don't mind it too much. That's a big hit. That's gone over the top. Is it 6? No. A bounce or 2 in the direction of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Lost sight of it against the grey sky.
Yeah.
Let's have another look.
He's hit Bashir through the covers along the ground a couple of times, Will Jacks. That one was aerial, and it's brought up to 250 for Surrey. So their first batting bonus point. Will Jacks moves to 76. He'll be looking to go big, I think. Turn it in to 100 if he can. Push that lead on even further. It's already at 81. Make that probably 6 more. That has sailed into the bottom tier of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. He likes that shot inside out over cover. Sorry, so showing a bit of intent immediately after lunch, Stephen.
Yeah, 10 off 2 for Will Jacks. And takes him into the 80s. The lead for Surrey creeping up towards 3 figures. Just 13 away now. And that's a pretty explosive start to the afternoon session. It's going to be a bit of a conflab here between the captain and the bowler, in light of the Jacks assault.
Well, they would have expected some quick scoring, but maybe not quite as quickly as it's actually come.
11 off the over already, and still 1 delivery to come. Men out, long on, long off. 2 out at mid-wicket. So comfortable singles available all over the ground, and 1 taken there from Will Jacks to complete the tally for the over at 12. 16 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 56. Bashir's figures. Still not too shabby, but that was comparatively expensive. And some of the participants in the Charles Clarke Charity Cycle Run in your picture there at the moment, just in front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion, no doubt retelling some stories of how it all went.
Yes, they were up at Lord's last week as well. They're doing all 18 grounds, I think. Matt Henry into the attack immediately after lunch then. Somerset looking to pick up these last 4 wickets. Change of ends for Henry. He's operated from the river end so far in his 17 overs this inning. 17 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 51. Those 3 wickets all coming yesterday. It's going to start from the Marcus Trescothic Meridian end. Under gloomy skies, I dare say the floodlights might be kicked into action in not too long. A couple of slips in the gully weight. Jack pushes it out to Triggs' favourite fielding position at deep point for a single.
He's got the standout figures of the Somerset attack, which has been somewhat customary for Matt Henry in his stay with them, which we're all hoping will be the first of several.
Yes, it would be quite nice, that, wouldn't it, to get Matt Henry coming back for a few years.
3 for 51, his figures, 52, in fact, after that single.
Yeah, fond memories, that always helps, doesn't it, winning a competition. You always think of Taunton fondly. this time as Jamie Overton driving, and there is an orthodox point in Ben Green. Overton just got the 6 runs so far. George Bartlett at mid-off now with his pads on. He's the man usually under the helmet for Shoaib Bashir at short leg. Struck firmly, but straight back at Matt Henry.
Yeah, bounced quite helpfully for him. Just lifted a little off the turf to make it easier to intercept.
I'll get him for nice looking shot from Jamie Overton. Didn't need to overhit that. Just caressed it in the gap between cover and point. Deep point would have saved a boundary.
Trusting the wicket, for which there's very good reason.
Yeah, it's a decent pitch, isn't it? This is ominous for Somerset. An hour of Jamie Overton and Will Jacks will put Surrey in a very, very strong position. Not that they aren't already in one.
Yeah, they've already got a significant lead. The visitors and the champions.
Not quite as convincing that from Jamie Overton. Taking a hand off the bat, inside edge, could have gone anywhere. Gets him 1 down to Bashir.
Yeah, rather an indeterminate stroke in the end from Jamie O. He's on to 11 though. 94 in front, Surrey, with 4 wickets in hand.
Short ball pulled by Jacks in front of square. It's a lovely shot. It's gone all the way. Doesn't matter if it's in front or behind square. If you hit it as far as that, sailed away towards the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Just dropped a touch short. Will Jacks, despite the relative gloom out there, is seeing the ball pretty well. Catches that right out the middle. He moves on to 90 with that shot. Will Jacks ended the over 270 for 6.
Yeah, he played that with a real flourish. Just looks to have that little bit of time to spare, Will Jacks.
Super player. Really super player. 90 off 122 balls now.
He won't be wanting to fall short in the way Tom Latham did earlier.
I don't think he's got 100 yet this year for Surrey in the championship. Will Jacks, look at that, bang. Just saw it drop a fraction short. Oh, it's there's some evasive action in that Somerset dugout as well. I hope Casey Aldridge would be side frame, wasn't having to move too quickly there.
That would complete his day.
Wouldn't it just?
Here's Bashir. And here's another boundary. Splitting the gap between cover and extra. Easy as you like for Jamie Overton, who goes to 15. Going it close on to a runner ball. Craig's twin brother, of course, formerly of Somerset, and now batting against his old club. And that could have gone anywhere. Outside edge, he was looking to hit over the top in the direction of the River Tone, but just squeezed it away to third man in the end.
He really wound that one up, didn't he? It was kind of a bit of bowling from Bashir, actually. I think it's going to come around the wicket as he change of angle to Jacks. He's hit him outside, inside out over extra cover. He's just trying to get tighter into his body from around the wicket. Take that shot out of the equation.
Again, not quite off the middle from Will Jacks, but safe enough out to mid-wicket.
He's smart, Bashir. Jacks was expecting that to come kind of towards the leg side. Just shuffled across, ready to try and target that leg side boundary, and Bashir just pushed it a bit wider. Previous ball.
And then the single up to long on. Widely spread, this field at the moment. Men on the boundary at extra cover, long off, long on, mid-wicket. And it's the extra cover man who's going to be in action, coming in from the rope to ensure that Jamie Overton is kept down to the single. But Surrey cruising along pretty comfortably since lunch. Well done. Good sprawling stop from Shoaib Bashir. I felt Somerset were good in the 20 minutes or so leading up to the interval. They managed to create a little bit of pressure, and that came with the wicket of Jordan Clark. But Surrey have obviously discussed tactics over the interval, and they've come out really positive. 107 in front now for the loss of 6 wickets.
We've only had 3 overs since lunch, but put on a few runs in that time.
Spectators in the roof garden up on the top of the Somerset, or just I should say just behind the Somerset stand, those apartments, along with a herring gull, which doesn't seem to be as interested in the cricket as it should.
Brave to be sat down there today. I don't think it's that warm with that wind blowing across. You can see the trees in the background here from our position at the top of the Trescothic stand, or pavilion I should say. There's a herring gull flies very close to us up here. I don't think they're waving at the goal. I think there's a door open.
Yeah, we had this problem in the first session. There's a door, I think, a couple of floors below us.
Henry then to continue. Overton waits. He's got 17, holding that bat like a club.
Yep, strongly built. They both are.
He looks
twins.
bigger. He looks like he's put on more muscle, actually, Jamie Overton, while he's been out injured. We see the Surrey bench there. Rory Burns, the skipper. Maybe Triggs was queuing for a coffee to take it to Rory Burns because he's supping away quite nicely. There's Jim Troughton on screen as well. He's going to join us on the live stream, maybe tomorrow for a bit, I think. There's Matt Henry bowls to Overton. He was going to try and join us today, Trouts, but he's got his primary job is as the batting coach at Surrey, and they're all down there asking for. I said, "Oh, you got it? No, it's all right. You got to prioritise your first job." He says, "Yeah, my arm though, slinging these balls." Ryan Patel, Ben Folkes, Sam Curran's here as well, all putting the Troughton sling into action. But he's a lovely man, Jim Troughton. Spent a short spell here as well, and now very successfully part of the Surrey coaching setup.
Yeah, I guess it's easier to nip up to the box when the batters are out in the field.
Well, Patel and Sam Curran aren't playing. Henry's in, goes for the Yorker. Overton just started to move across, target that leg side. Does well to jab the bat down. He's a very good artist, Jim Troughton. Talk a bit about that tomorrow, hopefully. An illustrator.
He's got a famous uncle who was my first Doctor Who.
Oh, really? Yes, I did know that, actually. As Henry's in, he beats the outside edge Overton. Well, I didn't know he was your first Doctor Who, but I did know he was Doctor Who.
Yeah. I'm afraid it is going back a bit. I think we're talking early 1960s.
Beauty from Henry.
He was almost the first of the lot, actually. William Hartnell was the first ever Doctor Who, and Patrick Troughton came next in a distinguished line.
Oh, that's a good knowledge, that, Stephen. Pushed to mid-off by Jamie Overton, where George Bartlett, who's taken those pads off. I don't know if that's an indication of Shoaib Bashir coming off or just of the field spreading and short leg no longer being required for these two. Might well be the latter.
Patrick Troughton eventually made way for John Pertwee, who terrified my younger sister.
Still going, Doctor Who. It's a brilliant. People are really into it. Are you a kind of devotee of Doctor Who? Ended the over 277 to 6.
Not quite so much.
What do they call them? Do they have a name? Because you know that Star Trek fans are called Trekkies. Yeah. There's like Doctor Who conventions and all sorts going on, isn't there?
Yeah, I did watch it quite a lot as a kid. I admired Tom Baker very much. I thought he was probably the best of them. Although that may be a bit unfair to people I haven't seen, who've played the part since.
Don't say that to Trouts when he comes up.
Indeed.
Patrick Troughton is the best Doctor Who, remember
Yeah,
that?
well, he's certainly the most terrifying for me. Hopefully that'll do for him.
That will do. That'd be great to have that. He himself is, he's an illustrator, and he actually, for a children's book written by Izzy Wong's mum, Small World, as it's tucked into the leg side by Jax for a single. He's on to 92. Bashir is continuing, and Bartlett has those pads off just because the field is spread a little bit. Sorry, looking to push the scoring rate on after lunch here. Overton on the back foot, turning it into the leg side, and I realise I'm doing your end, Stephen, sorry.
That's quite all right. Always happy to swap, but he's playing very comfortably, isn't he, Jamie Overton? In conditions he knows well. Conditions he was brought up with here at Taunton. He's gone to 18 from 27 deliveries. Easy as you like. 279 for 6. Surrey just tightening their grip on this match at the moment. Still with 4 wickets in hand. Tom Abel quickly round to that. Cut off any possibility of a single. Appeal for LBW. I think height may have been an issue there. It looked reasonably straight. You get another look at it. Back live and just gently defended this time by Will Jacks, who stays on 92 at the end of the over. 18 Overton. Here's another look at that appeal. Height and maybe missing leg. Might have taken leg with a little bit less height.
Maybe. Wishful hope rather than expectation.
By being indulgent.
Just a bit. Speaking of that Thatcher's Terrace, I'll tell you what, I walked past some of the food they've got on there. It's been busy down there the last couple of days, the Thatcher's Terrace. It's a lovely spot to sit and watch cricket. And you get well fed and watered down there.
Not to say cidered.
My favourite place to watch cricket in the world, I think, that Thatcher's Terrace. Not so sure on a day like today. Wind howling across. Edged and taken, no, put down. I just assumed because it was Craig Overton it was taken. And he got both hands to it. And of course it has to be his twin brother, Jamie. It was always going to be, if he puts down one catch this season. He went in front of Tom Abel as well. It's probably first slips catch.
Dear oh dear. Another look. Oh, it was bisecting them really, wasn't it? 6 of 1. Another single. Why do we have these dramas between the Overton twins here at Taunton? Just happens every time, doesn't it?
It's remarkable, isn't it? It's quite remarkable how frequently it happens. Dropped on 18. Matt Henry would have had his 4th wicket of the innings. Surrey going along nicely here. Jamie Overton back on strike. It's another beauty from Matt Henry. This time doesn't find the edge. Jamie just gives him a nod. Has a look at the pitch. Tractor. A few words of encouragement from the sidelines. That's a beauty from Henry. So many times we've seen that in this couple of months he's been with Somerset. What a signing.
Yeah, that should have been his 4th in this over.
Tries to turn it into the leg side. Jamie Overton tries to catch it. I'm not sure we got any bat on it. Certainly crashed into the pads.
So Jack's 93, Overton 19. Surrey building on this lead. It's a Nelson lead at the moment.
Yeah, if they can get it up, they'll be looking to get up to 350 really, at least. Driven, but straight to Curler Cadmore. No, Bartlett in fact, so it'll be no run.
Yeah, they've already got all 3 bowling points, Surrey, +1 for batting, and plenty of opportunity to add to that, one feels.
Hampshire 29 for 2 against Essex at the Ageas Bowl. As Henry finishes off and over him, which he should have had a wicket, found the outside edge of Jamie Overton, only to see it put down by Craig Overton at second slip. A catch he would have expected himself to take. Catches in slip I don't think are ever easy, but for Craig Overton it was a relatively routine one. But Jamie gets a life. So Hampshire up at the Ageas Bowl still trailing by 20 runs. They're playing Essex, so that's a big game in the title race. And it's relatively sedate up at Edgbaston. Warwickshire 126 for 3, so they're only 13 behind Middlesex. Remember, having been bowled out for 60 in their first innings. Yesterday Middlesex on the first day were also bowled out for 199. As we see the scorecard here, Somerset's 170, playing 281 for 6 as it stands.
Here's Bashir. Comfortable single here to deep square leg. Umeed is the substitute fielder on for Casey Aldridge, who had to go off mid-over before lunch. We've since been told he's suffering from a side strain, which is bad news. Up in the air. Is it over the top? It is. Just wondering briefly whether there was going to be an opportunity for that to be taken at long off, but no such thing. Comfortably into the lower tier of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. So Jamie Overton making the most of his reprieve.
Yeah, and there's a big hole in the window of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Hopefully there was no one right behind it and everyone over there is okay, because that ball was sailing and it sailed through into the Colin Atkinson Pavilion.
I wonder whether that ball's going to be usable when it comes back after going through that glass.
Probably not.
He'll have enjoyed that, Jamie Overton. Big 6. And still the search goes on for the ball. Another look at this big clean hit from a strong man. In, over, down, smash. Just hope everybody...
Yeah.
There are people sitting quite close on the other side of that window.
You can kind of see it. I just really hope everyone's all right over there. I don't think anyone knows where the ball's gone right now. I think in any event we'd probably want to change it just in case there's a few even tiny little shards of glass. There we go. Is that Tom Crowder Cadmore in there? Just indicating they've got no idea where the ball is. No one can see it.
You'd have thought there couldn't be sort of a great area that it
There we go. Is that
could have
Jeff?
gone.
Is that Jeff down there? No, it's not Jeff. I thought it might have been camera consultant Jeff V, and it's not. We've got the ball back. Now it will no doubt get looked at.
Quite hard after going through a window.
I don't think Somerset would be too despondent if it got changed. Second new ball due in 5.4 overs, so maybe there's an element of Surrey trying to make hay before Craig Overton and probably Matt Henry have new ball in hand.
It's being studied pretty carefully there by umpire Newell before he hands it back to Shoaib Bashir. So we are going to persevere with this glass battered ball.
I'm not sure. I'm not that prepared too, but it's definitely caused a lot of... They're still using the same ball though.
288 for 6, Surrey. Building up an impressive lead. Wide, and an attempt to flay that through the offside by Overton comes to nothing.
I just think that's brilliant from Bashir. Not afraid to just toss that next one up. Try and induce an error.
Comfortable single this time, up to long on. I think Tom Abel knew that the dive was unavailing.
Looks like Ben Folkes has been sent on the coffee run, probably into our pavilion. Marcus Trescothic pavilion underneath here.
Played very late by Jacks. Will bring him a single. That'll be all. Jacks goes to 95 now. 290 for 6. A couple more landmarks beckoning.
Oh, well bowled. Well bowled.
Yeah. Again, trying to reach for that, Jamie Overton, and couldn't get hold of it. It's gone down to fine leg. It may have been some inside edge about it because no signal from the umpire. So counts as runs, 28 now to Jamie Overton, 292 for 6. 150 partnership between these two. Came together with the total on 239 for 6. I should say 50 partnership, not 150.
I hope it's not 150 yet, Steve. I know Surrey have scored quickly after lunch.
I thought I must be exaggerating. just the 50.
I think you realised midway through. You could have got away with that, I think. Change then. I wonder if this is just to keep Matt Henry back for that second new ball. Had a little burst after lunch, almost picked up the wicket. Now it's Ben Green time. 75 overs gone, 292 for 6. Surrey lead by 122. And that's that broken window, Jamie Overton in the previous over. Lovely shot. Having been given a life the over before, the bowling of Matt Henry, of course it was his brother Craig who put him down. It has to be whenever those two play against each other. Something always happens. Floodlights are on. It's been gloomy here for most of the day. Hopefully the rain stays away. We went off for a brief shower around midday. Floodlights are on. Ben Green has ball in hand. James Rue is up to the stumps. Will Jacks has 95. Batted quite superbly, Will Jacks, looking for his first 100 of the season. A man who is looking to push his test ambitions. Fine cricketer. It's a beauty from Ben Green first up. He has got it to wobble around a bit today, Stephen.
Nicely taken as well by James Rue, who'd just come up to the stumps, as you mentioned. Smart piece of wicket keeping. I suspect it'll be a 3-ish over spell from Ben Green here. Just 5 overs between now and the availability of the second new ball. Again, nicely taken.
Yeah, I would imagine it's Craig Overton and Matt Henry to take that second new ball. Remember, Casey Aldridge, it's a good take, Rue. It's bounced on him a little bit. Casey Aldridge off with a minor side strain, but they will take every precaution with him. I say every precaution, there's only one precaution really, and that's not to bowl him. It's a free seamer, Somerset at the moment. No sign of Latham be bowling, although he was warming up yesterday. Lovely shot from Will Jacks. Didn't try and overhit it, just opened the face, runs away down to the vacant boundary at third. Will Jacks moves on to 99, one short of a century. Surrey have already had one man fall one short of a century. Tom Latham caught by Craig Overton. Will Jacks, though, has moved on to 99. Field comes in.
Yeah, caught at the third attempt, in fact, by Craig Overton at slip.
Quite a brilliant catch, wasn't it? Trying to cut a ball that was a little bit too tight to him from Sherb Bashir immediately after that rain break. Jacks then on strike. This can't be. Surely it can't be 2 on 99. James Rue's appealing. Ben Green's appealing. Rue was the first one to go up, wasn't he? Ben Green only joined in a fraction late. And Jack stands there, a relieved man. Look at Rue straight away. Rue and Overton go up. No.
There must have been a noise for Rue to go up like that, but that can happen, can't it? It could be bat on pad or whatever, ball on pad. Anyway, the man who matters is Russell Warren.
Jack survives. 137 balls he's been out there. He's got 99 runs. Cuts away, straight Tom Abel, and let Somerset have done it. Twice in the innings, Surrey have had men fall on 99. There was an appeal of the previous ball for caught behind. This time, Will Jack, he saw that ball, his eyes lit up, he cut it away, but he's only found the hands
of Tom Abel, Stephen Lamb. Well batted, Will Jacks. That was a wonderful innings, but it's come to an end on 99. Again, that man, Ben Green, is in the action too, and Surrey 296 for 7.
Yeah, the eyes lit up, as you say, Sam, and straight to the man who wasn't going to drop that. Tom Abel just doesn't drop chances like that. And would you believe 299s in the same scorecard, in the same innings, and you can't blame the rain break either, Will Jacks, and he looked so secure.
It's quite remarkable. I don't think I've ever seen 299s. Both batters have barely looked like getting out. It was there to be hit, I think, and he's just cutting it. He knows straight away. That one fielder, Tom Abel, who doesn't drop those. Sorry, number 9 is wandering out. I think this is it Tom Laws?
Probably.
I can see a 7 on the shirt, which suggests it's Gus Atkinson.
Yeah, Gus Atkinson. Well, he's on the card to come in at 9, so that would make sense.
Tom Laws at 10. That is a long, long batting order.
It is, absolutely. Dan Worrell, you wouldn't be surprised to see at number 11, but it's a hard lineup to get through. Both these sides bat deep, but Somerset will be mightily relieved to see the back of Will Jacks. Gone for 99. Still another 3 needed though, 296 for 7. The lead is 126. It's already substantial. Surrey still looking to build on it. Ben Green now has 3 wickets for 29 in 10 overs and 1 ball. So he and Matt Henry have 6 of the 7 wickets that have fallen. Applause well deserved for the Somerset all-rounder. And always useful to take a wicket just before the introduction of the second new ball, if that's what's going to happen in 4 overs time. It's quite likely that it will. Bashir will bowl through until then. 1 for 76 for him at the moment from 19. And he'll be bowling to Jamie Overton, who's got 28 from 36. And that's going to make it 29 from 37. In fact, he was thinking about a second because there was a bit of a fumble out in the deep, but not there. Figures for Will Jacks, 99, came from 138 deliveries, 2 6s and 14 4s, and was out really to his very first mistake, Peter Trigo.
Yeah, 2 guys back in the Surrey dressing room in that happy, not happy frame of mind. 99, a very strange sort of thing to mentally compute. I think you're happy because 99's a lot of runs, but 1 short of kind of the goal of the day. You know, both players played magnificently, and very rarely will you see 2 guys fail on 99. Fair play to Ben Green. He's done a grand job. You know, so maybe a bowler that you expect to come on and do a holding role, not necessarily pick up too many wickets, or history would suggest in 4-day cricket he doesn't take that many, but he's got 3 key wickets in this innings so far, and even though Surrey are piling on the runs here, it's, you know, I think there's a light at the end of the tunnel, and maybe if Somerset can bat well in the second innings they can rectify a poor start.
Yeah, well, it's mitigated the absence of Casey Aldridge to a degree, hasn't it? Because he came on to finish the over, Ben Green, and he's taken a couple of wickets since, and that's really helped Somerset along.
Yeah, certainly has. Not many bowlers that wouldn't be happy with 3 for 29, that's for sure.
Here's Bashir. Again, going to be runs here. Will it be 4? Going to be touch and go? Yeah, just beating the fielder.
More go than touch, that one, Stephen. Yeah, that raced across the outfield here. Horizontally, you've almost got a square that spans the width of the pitch. So not much friction in the grass to stop it. Latham be unable to reel that one in. Somerset, or sorry, move on to 301 for 7.
Yeah, so
Picking
batting
up
point number
another
2
point.
for them. Won't be anything to add here, as it's played behind square. Umeed is the fielder. So Atkinson away with that boundary. Nice way to open your account. You out many times on 99, Triggs?
Stranded a couple of times.
Running out of partners.
99 and a 98, I think. Yeah, which was even like doubly bad because you kind of felt like you had someone to blame. The guy at the other end that got out last, probably Shah Willoughby. But then you're happy because you got 99 and you're not out, and you know what will cricket say? Reading are good for the batting average, but when you're old and grey now, you look at your hundreds tally and you think, oh, it'd be nice to have another 2 or 3 on the number.
End of Bashir's over. 20 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 81. The standout figures at the moment, though. Given Matt Henry's performance, it's a bit harsh that he's totally eclipsed by Ben Green now. Matt Henry's got 3 for 65 from 20. Ben Green has 3 for 29 from 10.
Yeah, but the new ball's due. And Matt Henry is pretty effective with the new ball, so maybe it's a good bit of competition. He strikes me as the guy that wants to be the talisman of the attack, so that'll be a challenge laid down. Ben Green, like I said, you can't speak highly enough of him over the last few months. He's been outstanding, taking wickets in the Vitality Blast, but let's be fair, a lot of those caught deep square, top edges, this, that and the other, but he's got some conventional wickets in this innings and done really well. Not only that, the run rate as well. He's got
absolutely. He's got the best. So he's got the best really economy rate of all 5 Somerset bowlers. He and Matt Henry are the 2 best. But terrific figures for Ben Green, especially in the circumstances with a bowler off the field.
Yeah, it'll be a long week for Ben Green when this, however this game goes. He's going to bowl a lot more overs than I suspect he was expecting, or Tom Abel would have been expecting. But yeah, I think Casey is a write-off for bowling for the rest of this week, so someone's going to have to pick up the slack. Combination of Bashir getting a few more overs and Ben Green. But if he keeps getting wickets like that, you won't mind.
Good source of adrenaline, wickets.
Oh, aren't they just? I mean, it's amazing. The body feels sore when you got none for 29 off of 10 overs, but you got 2, 3 for. Dividers, as the bowlers call them. Divide the average by. Yeah, taking your wickets at 10 apiece. Happy days.
2 99s as well in the same innings. I can't think of that happening. There must be times when it has.
Yeah, it's probably not something that's happened too many times, but I certainly can't think of a time where I've seen 2, like I say, happy, sad people walk back to the dressing room.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing that you need to go into fairly deep into the statistics to work it out.
The only one other that has happened to me this year, playing for my club team, Burbage and Eastern Royal, consecutive 5s, 2 balls in a row, 2 very overly excited fielders at the start of a game, wanging the ball at the stumps, no one backing up, 2 5s in, as the crowd like to call them, buzzers.
I still don't know where that came from, that word. But they've always, from the days when I was playing Triggs, which quite a long time ago, buzzers were very much in vogue. They've never gone out of vogue.
The funniest buzzer I was ever involved in or ever saw was at Northamptonshire.
Shot.
Great shot that from Gus Atkinson. Beautiful cover drive. Certainly not one you expect of a number 9.
Well, you'd have thought he'd been in for a while playing a stroke like that.
Beautiful shot. So we're playing at Northamptonshire. I think it might be in the game where Trez got a 240 or something, whatever he got. Anyway, Caddick was bowling, and obviously a guy that really did not like going for runs. Caddy was bowling. I was maybe at backward point. The ball got dabbed out. There was a bit of a yes-no. I've picked the ball up at point. Ian Blackwell was at mid-on, sleeping.
I was going to say backing up.
Not aware. He was supposed to be backing up. I feigned to throw. Blackie sort of thought about backing up, but then decided not. And I've thrown the ball. Because I've seen him not backing up, I haven't really given it the full beans. The batter was very, very comfortably in his crease. I've missed the stumps, and the buzzer has started. The buzzer runs. So it's gone through Blackie, on the way to the boundary. Blackie's chasing after it, and if Somerset fans could imagine, he probably wasn't running after it with too much gusto. The ball stopped about an inch before the boundary rope.
Oh, inside edge.
And the batters had ran 4. Blackie knew this, and they were about to turn to run a 5. Blackie, thinking he was going to do the right thing, purposely just kicked the ball over the rope, thinking that instead of getting 5, they'd get 4. But actually, they get 4, and that's 5 penalty runs for purposely kicking the ball over the boundary rope, which I didn't even know was a rule. So that one ball actually cost Andy Caddick 9.
9?
9. And he berated me and Ian Blackwell for weeks after that.
I was going to say he'd have took it all in good part. Bashir, 4 here. Backward of point. They've got their foot on the gas at the moment. Somerset and Gus Atkinson in particular. He's dealing in boundaries only at the moment. He's gone to 12.
Well, I think you've got 2, big lads as well, clean strikers of the ball, in particular Jamie Overton. I think, we had a discussion earlier about the appropriateness of Bazball. This, for me, is the time where, you can get 50, 60 runs quickly, 200 lead. All of a sudden, Somerset really staring down the barrel with lots of time left in this game.
I remember a test match back in the 70s when Alan Knott got 7, which is pretty unusual in itself. I've never heard of 9.
Yeah, I've never heard of that rule. I think it must be under the sort of ungentlemanly conduct or something. Yeah, they were about to turn for 5. Maybe someone shouted to Blackie they were about to run 5, and he just kicked the ball over, and they got the 4 that they'd run and the penalty 5 that went against the bowlers' figures.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out how the 7 happened. It was 4 of them were overthrows, but there was complete confusion as to which batter should be at which end. It took quite a while for the umpires to sort it out. It's wonderful. Cricket throws out these weird situations.
It certainly does. It certainly does.
So, 1 over left before the new ball is due. Ben Green is going to bowl it, unsurprisingly. Will they take it, Pete? I would imagine they would.
Yeah, I think they would have to. Providing, how many overs has Henry bowled? 20.
Yeah. 17.
Yeah, you can't. I know Ben Green's he's bowling well and he's picked up a couple of wickets, but it's not looking like he's going to go bang, bang, bang and take all 3. Even though that ball suggests that you might as well want to keep going. But I think Somerset are under pressure they have to bowl Surrey out in the next sort of 20, 30 runs, otherwise they're really staring down the barrel of a defeat here, even early in the proceedings. 2.5 days gone. There's a lot of time left in the game. If you're minus 150 plus, it's going to be tough. They've got to get him out soon.
Yeah, you want to strike and strike fast, and you look at Matt Henry's pedigree, his record in the short time he's been here.
You also watch him warming up. He's doing his jumping jacks. He's swinging his arms round. Every bowler that plays at any level, when the captain says get loose, you do hop on the spot, swing your arms round twice. Ready, captain? Yeah.
Once you've had the nod and the wink.
Yeah, he'll be champing at the bit, no doubt about that, to get some more wickets before he departs. I think he'll be certainly missed. around the place in the dressing room. Can't speak highly enough of him as a character, a person as well. Very, very easy to talk to, good company, really friendly chap. So yeah, I'm sure he's brought a lot more than just his wickets to the club, which is great. Same with the other senior bowler they signed this year, Pete Siddle. Ben Green catching the outside edge. He's unlucky there. Atkinson picks up another boundary.
Yeah, that's the first full stroke full stroke he's played at all.
Yeah, he's just bowled a really good, consistent line, Ben Green. He's not really a massive swinger of the ball. He bowls with a very straight seam, and the wickets that he has got, a couple of them have just sort of held off the straight towards the slips, caught the outside edge. He's bowled well.
More runs here. A couple, I fancy, but no. You probably heard it.
No.
A ball of no.
Definitely Jamie Overton shouting no. Yeah, I think Ben Green, the time that I spent on the staff, with him as a youngster, I always felt like what would hold him back. I think he views himself as a batter, and I think it's fair to say that his strength this season, or has been his bowling in one-day cricket. He's scored that magnificent 100 in the one-day cup. I always got the inclination he was a little bit of a reluctant bowler, and to be a seam bowler, especially in four-day cricket, you've got to really enjoy it and want to do it.
Well stopped.
It's physically difficult. It's a tough job, and unless you really want to do it, it's very hard to bowl the overs that would keep you in the team. As a county bowler, you've probably got to bowl between 40 and 55 overs every single week. You've got to really enjoy it to get through those overs, and I always felt like I wasn't sure that he wanted to do it, but I'm glad that he's running in and giving it a good crack.
And without further ado, as you were suggesting, Treeks, Matt Henry is going to come on.
Yep, 3 bunny hops, swung his arms around twice. The man is ready. The Castrol GTX oil is around the engine. He's warm, he's lubricated. He's going to fire up that 4-litre V8 engine of his.
Furnace.
Yeah, he's proper old school bowler, Matt Henry. He's definitely a V8. It's weird, actually. We used to talk about bowlers like, as if they were like cars and engines. Like Caddy used to say, "Gosh, coming out well today, Trees, like a Rolls Royce."
Purring then.
Purring. I was like, well, I'm more like a VW Beetle, air-cooled. But, there we go.
They make an impressive noise.
Well, actually, some days I was more like one of them, like a Lambretta or a Vespa, a little 50cc moped, compared to someone like Caddy, that's for sure.
Wheeling your way in from that slight angle from the river end, the 45 degrees.
Yes.
Almost.
Yeah.
Remember it well.
It served me well.
Here's Henry then. Defended. You can hear the rather sharper noise of that new ball on the bat. 317 for 7. On the stats thing, we were wondering about 299s in the same innings. We were casting our minds around a couple of weeks ago, Treeks, when James Rue went through to that double 100 for Somerset. We're trying to remember the last one. As Henry's in again.
The last Somerset double 100.
Yeah. And in fact,
Hildreth's 300.
I got it, but I wasn't sure at the time. I was at Trent Bridge to see Treds get 218 in 2016, I think it was.
Didn't he get 100 in the other innings as well?
He did.
He was on the field for the whole game.
And he'd got a pair the previous season at Trent Bridge.
Crazy game.
Up in the air, over the top.
What a shot that is. Nonchalantly clipping Somerset's premier bowler over straight mid-wicket for 4. Yeah, there's definitely been a conversation between these two just to press on. Somerset under a bit of pressure here. 321, deficit of Well, it's 150 now, isn't it? So yeah, Somerset have got some work to do today, and when they get the opportunity to bat, to try and consolidate some sort of position here in the game.
Henry, straight approach. Swatted down to long leg. It's going to be cut off just inside the boundary. Well done by Green, and just a single.
Impressive stuff from Atkinson. He wasn't phased by that one round his ear rolls.
The other thing I remember about the Trez 218, it was when he'd just taken up wearing specs, wearing glasses, and it served him rather well.
Yeah, well, Joe 90.
Yeah.
Don't know where he managed to get some of them specs for. They were definitely buy one get one free. A couple of his pairs that he had.
I remember chatting to him outside the pavilion afterwards. One of those very pleasurable occasions after a memorable knock. This field there tempts them to a single, but it's not there. There have been a few going back. Nick Compton got a couple double centuries. His time here.
Yeah, did very well. Nicholas, when he was around.
He's just brought a book out, Nick Compton.
Send the glass eye to sleep, that wouldn't it? While we're talking about glass eyes, WPA Health Insurance supporting our live stream. We have a lot of fun, lot of teasing. Yeah, Compo was a great man to have. He was brilliant for the bowlers because he batted a lot of time. Had 2 or 3 really strong years. Those times when he was picked for England. Yeah, he was.
He was the glue to a degree, wasn't he, for the batting? Was that fair?
Yeah, no, he was outstanding for us.
I didn't mean he got stuck. I meant he was sort of stuck it together.
He did very well. Yeah, he scored a lot of runs. I think there was that one year where he's very close to doing the Graham Hick, which is 1,000 runs before the end of May, or I think that's the famous record that Graham Hick had. He was about a dozen runs or so short.
I think the weather played a part in that as well, didn't it?
New Road. It was bizarrely, it was at New Road, I think, that he could have done it as well. So, yeah, no, he had a few good years. Did Nicholas?
Glenn Turner, a bit longer ago, did it at New Road. Played for Worcestershire for a while. New Zealander. He got 1,000 before the end of May.
Yeah, that's some going, isn't it? But then again, I think they'd have probably played double the amount of games than you would normally play.
Yeah, much harder now than then.
Certainly wouldn't do it, well, unless you got 250 every time you batted.
Yeah, he was a prolific Kiwi, Glenn Turner, back in the 70s, opening batter. So Craigo, unsurprisingly, sharing the new ball with...
So will you be getting on Amazon tonight and ordering Compo's new book? Is that one for the top shelf for you?
Well, I've seen a couple of interviews around it.
Is it anything? Is it photography based? Because I know he loves his.
It's autobiographical, and he's been quite open about some of the struggles he had mentally with the game.
Yeah, what about the blokes who had to sit next to him? We had some mental struggles as well having to listen to him.
Tell me more.
No, he was all good fun. He was always happy to share his deep-seated feelings. Nicholas, that's
demons? Sure. Any demons?
Yeah, he was carrying a few demons around in a trailer. Finding there were a few. Well, don't we all? We all have our crosses to bear.
Yeah, it's the difference between now and a generation or two ago is that people are more open about it than they used to be.
Yeah, I'm not 100% convinced it's a great thing, but each their own.
Well, it is. It's a little bit about individual characters are always different, aren't they? No one's quite the same.
Exactly, and that's why the world of sport is such a fascinating place. We all deal with things in different ways, and we all bat and bowl in different ways, and deal with pressure in different ways as well. So yeah, it's always fascinating. It's one of those games where you're out there such a long period of time. You play mind games with people, try and catch them unawares so you can take their wicket. Oh, that's out. Oh,
Would have been. Would have been. He was struggling, wasn't he, Jamie Overton, if that had hit?
That was the old panic single. That was going to be out for all money. Just wanted that extra run off his brother. Oh dear, it's missed by a whisker.
He was gone, wasn't he? Had it hit. Oh, that won't please Craig too much either. He's rather had the raw end of the deal, Craig, of the twins in this game so far.
Overton J is definitely ahead of things at the moment. He's got a few more wickets in the end columns, 2 of them, and a few more runs. Quite a few more runs, actually.
I wonder if it does anything to the mind at all, playing against such a close relative.
Oh, I mean, I can only liken it to playing with when Ian Blackwell, who's my roommate for years here at Somerset, moved to Durham, and we played a game against each other. I bowled at him, he wouldn't play a shot. He bowled at me, I wouldn't play a shot. It was always like this, right? Let's just, you know, it was like a stalemate. It really was. Like neither of us could imagine a scenario where, well, the next few months would have been unbearable if either of us would have got out to each other. So we were just batting and bowling at each other in a first-class match, just laughing between each ball, saying, how awkward is this?
That was a bit of a wahoo from Jamie Overton, and a great take by James Rue, one-handed.
Yeah, an unbelievable bit of work there. Shame there wasn't an edge on that. That would have definitely done the rounds on the social medias. A glorious cover drive from Overton J. Moves him on to 36. Matt Henry starting to leak a few runs. He's going full. He's trying to get that wicket that we need. But within that does bring the risk of going for a few runs. Still keeping the 3 catches. Jamie intimating that he's going to play some big shots. He's doing some sort of like golf swing-esque warm-up at the moment.
4 boundaries so far, including a 6.
Beautifully in behind that. Very solid. Very, very talented batsman, Jamie Overton. I think when you're a big person, a big bowler, I think it's really easy to sort of pigeonhole someone as, you know, oh, he's a bowler that can bat a little bit, but yeah, he's a very, very, very good player. I think the more serious he takes his batting, the better his results will come. You know, I think it's easy for him to sort of get sucked into, oh, you hit it a long way and get carried away sometimes, but plays in a very orthodox fashion. Very good technique, stays side on, plays with a straight bat. He's got all the tools to be a, you know, probably a top 6 batter, I would have said.
Should have been dismissed on 18, and it was brother Craig at second slip who was the guilty party. It was actually pretty much bisecting him and Tom Abel. Craig went for it and couldn't hold on. But yeah, just going back to the relative pressure with a brother or another relative. Nick Compton, of course, was Dennis's grandson, and Dennis Compton was one of the all-time batting greats. Watch Nick as a youngster in his back garden saying, "Just hit the thing."
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been tough, you know. Big shoes to fill. I remember growing up in the same sort of era. Well, I was a bit younger than him, but Liam Botham, who played down at Hampshire, I can remember playing second team games against him, and the poor lad had more press turning up, pestering him and all over him in a second team game than would have been at Hampshire's first team game somewhere else in the country. He was under so much pressure to emulate his father's achievements in cricket. He ended up just stopped playing, and it was a great story actually. He was a very talented sportsman, ended up playing professional rugby. So he found his path, but you know, it was almost impossible for him to play cricket because of the pressure that he was under.
Yeah, easier in a different sport.
Exactly right.
Dennis Compton, I never saw him, you'll be surprised to hear, Pete, but he was famously difficult to run between the wickets with.
Is that because he was a bit slippery because of the amount of Brill cream he put on? Wasn't he the Brill cream,
he was.
cream poster
the Brill
boy,
cream boy, he was.
Slick back, you know, I do sort of vaguely remember him. He was like one of the first sort of big superstars, wasn't he? Top edge there from Jamie. Craig trying to get his own back with a bouncer. Jamie's top edge that over the keeper. The Overton Jay is getting all the luck so far, because he obviously played football as well for Arsenal and England. I mean, what a sporting CV he had. I mean, that was just imagine in this day and age, ladies and gents, someone who played for Arsenal, England, Middlesex, England in 2 different sports. I mean, how much money would he be worth? Yeah. Crazy.
Absolutely incredible. He ran his brother out once, his brother Leslie, and various other people. It was Trevor Bailey who said about Compton's running between the wickets, "A call from Dennis is merely a cue for negotiations to begin."
Well, I hope there's a passage in Nick's book apologising for all the shocking bits of running that he did. He was the king of yes, no, sorry. Especially if he was under the pump or trying to get off the mark. Him and Arul Sapaya. If you had to watch him and Arul Sapaya bat together, you might as well have. If you were the next man in, you might as well have just stood on the edge of the boundary waiting for the chance to go in. It was
in the blood then. Extraordinary. Yeah, my time's almost up, I think. I'll tell you one more Dennis Compton story, though, before I go. That it was his 50th birthday at Lord's, and he was throwing a party. And all his mates and people from the world of cricket were there, and it was getting underway very nicely, and the phone went. So somebody picked it up and said, "Dennis, it's your mother." And he goes to the phone, just watch this ball from Craigo. "Oh, well, is that well taken?" "No, it's not. He couldn't reach it." Or maybe he got a... No, I think it's gone through altogether, hasn't it?
No ball buys for 4. I think that was called by the umpire, so it's getting a bit expensive here for Craig Overton. He's just got to screw the head on a little bit. He's got a bit hot under the collar. That's miles. I mean, Jamie's 6'6", and that's gone a 1.5 foot over his head as well. So Craig's just lost his way a little bit here.
So back briefly to Dennis Compton's 50th birthday. Speaks to his mother on the phone, comes back, says, "Terribly sorry, I made a mistake. It was my mother. She says I'm only 49. Single here for
nearly
Jamie
as
Overton.
confused as Spencer Bishop was earlier about how old he was. A lot of deliberation.
Yeah, there were various numbers being bandied around.
We have settled on 44, and he's celebrating it with a members' forum tonight, so he's over the moon.
I'm sure.
I hope any members listening that go to the members' forum at least offer Spencer a drink. He certainly deserves it.
Absolutely. So, are you going to be there tonight, Triggs?
I am not going to be there tonight, Stephen. If invited, I would have been there. I didn't know it was on, so
I didn't until today.
I will claim the 5th.
Indeed.
I've got to get back. I've got to get some training done on this new bike I've had delivered.
I haven't yet asked you about the runs you were scoring when I was last on commentary down at Sidmouth. Maybe that can be for a later session.
Yeah, I think there's too much action going on here at the moment for a story like that. But yeah, we can save that for later. I'm more than happy. I will more than happily talk you through my flawless 100.
I look forward to it. 3:40 for 7 at the end of the over. Overton 42, Atkinson 24. The Surrey lead is 170.
Yeah, 170 in the lead, Surrey, at the moment. The lights are on here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. There's a bit of a descending sort of cloudy mist over the ground. I mean, dare I say it, I mean, it would be very, very England-esque to try and get as many runs as quickly as possible. These are perfect bowling conditions. If you had a new ball against a top order that failed in the previous day, I think you'd have a real good think about pulling out a little bit earlier than maybe you'd planned. What do you think, Sophie? Sophie Love's joining me. Oh, Family Day, by the way. We've got Family Day coming up. Glamorgan, 20th of August. Face painting, magicians, petting zoo, inflatable cricket games, a couple of great institutions of the Southwest. Yeovil Town Football Club, Taunton Baseball. They normally put a baseball hitting area up. The kids love that.
Yeah, I fancy myself on that actually.
What do you
That'd be
reckon,
good fun.
Soph? This mist that's coming down.
Yeah, it's
Very
looking
bowly, isn't it?
Yeah,
Feels
it's
very
looking.
bowly.
It feels about 5, 6 o'clock, doesn't it? Really, it feels
Is it
like
not?
it's well into the evening session. As Batter's just getting some running repairs. I'm only popping on trees just to say hello and just ask you about how your cycle went this
Do
morning.
you know what? I made an executive decision that my first training ride shouldn't be 60 miles.
Okay,
So
you
I
bottled
decided to bottle it. And there was a bit of weather about. I didn't really fancy 30 miles in the morning, the rigor mortis that would almost certainly set in, and then 30 miles back in the rain. So I decided to live today and fight another day.
it. Green's gonna.
What do you feel about that? Have I
cut
made a
that
poor
off.
decision?
To be fair, you've definitely bottled it, but
You can see why.
I can see the forecast for later. You would not want to be cycling back in that.
Yeah, it was a multifaceted decision that I made. Yeah, I think previously when I've got back in, because cycling is a bit fits and startsy, isn't it? I feel like for those who have ever spent any length of time on a bike, especially a road bike, those saddles, parts of your anatomy need to be sort of like, shown what's going to happen, but not for too long. You need, a couple of little 10, 20 milers. Yeah, so cut a long story short, 60 miles in a day. I contacted Boots Pharmacy in West-Supermare. They didn't have a large enough supply of Savalon for me to get through 60 miles, so I decided to wait for a day off. I'll do my little loop at Burnham just a couple of times before I venture down. Next home game though, Soph, definitely happening.
Okay. Definitely. We'll see.
Definitely, maybe. Yeah, I was turning on our live stream actually, just to see if.
Any comments?
Well, I
today?
was going to see if there was a bit of if there was a bit of interaction or.
Harry's usually very good at that, and he loves the YouTube comments. That's skied high.
Jamie O's walking off.
Oh, it's well held in the end.
That is a good
That's
catch.
a good grab. Sean Dixon, is it in there?
Sean Dixon has held on to that one. That's very, very good piece of fielding there. I think Jamie Overton was a bit premature running off there.
I was going to say, yeah. Well, as it got closer to Dixon, it looked like he had to track back a little bit, but yeah, great catching position in the end. Hands up high for any youngsters that are looking to be successful under the high ball. Get your hands up nice and high as Sean Dixon did there, and Jamie Overton has to go for a well-made 42. Apparently, I missed his big hit literally into the Colin Atkinson Pavilion trees.
So did I.
Oh.
I think I can't remember what I was doing actually. I was probably trying to find myself a little coffee while Stephen Lamb and Sam Dalling were chatting away. Tom Law's making his way out to the middle, got some batting pedigree. I'm led to believe he was very, very impressive with the ball, so it'd be interesting to see if he can back that up with a few runs. Jamie Overton gone for a very well-made 42. I think his intent, the style of shot he played, definitely gives me a sense that Gareth Batty, Alex Stewart and the management upstairs in the Surrey dressing room, Azam Mahmood, are thinking, you know what, Gaffer, might not be a bad time to get this innings wrapped up and have a go at Somerset's top order, and I wouldn't blame him, got to be honest.
Yeah, I think it's actually Dan Worrell that's come out by the looks of things. And he makes it look like it's early April out there with the long sleeve woolly jumper on. The Quantox are slowly disappearing in the distant streaks.
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of rain about. I think it's at the moment sliding down the leg side, which is good. Someone on the live stream. Can't believe I bottled the ride. Don't worry.
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen,
have a look.
it's going to happen. The people of the southwest are going to get treated to a lot of lycra the next month or two. That is an that's a sign of intent. I think Dan Worrell was thinking, you know what, I wouldn't mind bowling in this.
Yeah.
He's out there for a good time, not a long time.
I think he heard me talking about the Quantocks. He was trying to hit that all the way to them. Matt Henry then 4 for 75. The wicket of Jamie Overton takes him to 4 for in the game. Just loves taking wickets.
Yeah, I think a few more overs of batting like that. I think Matt Henry will be picking up his 5th and 6th if he keeps going like that. That was an extraordinary first ball shot. It is very gloomy over the back of the Lord Ian Botham stand. As you can see, there's definitely a little bit of drizzle lurking around. Like I said, at the moment it has slid down the leg side, which is good for play here. The lights are on. There aren't any umbrellas up in the crowd, so it hasn't landed at TA1. But yeah, I'd say people just slightly north of Taunton are getting damp at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's, well, it's a bit pessimistic, but it looks like it's definitely on its way. But for the time being, we've got cricket out here, which is the main thing.
Well, I'm pretty sure the Somerset lads would be more than happy for the rain to come and just slow things down a little bit. Surrey really dominating days 1 and 2 so far. Some fantastic performances. Jamie Overton 42, a couple of 99s, Will Jacks and Tom Latham.
Yeah, I don't see that too often, do you? 2 99s
No, apparently
in an innings.
Apparently, and I suppose the live chat kind of is a bit like Wikipedia. I'm not going to means test this this stat, but the last 2 people to get back-to-back 99s says we're Colin Dredge and Joel Garner in the same innings. Really, that would be something. As Worrell's had a good swish at that one and half inside edge that over mid-wicket for 4. There's going to be an awful lot of shots flying around here. Very agricultural.
Yeah, he's picked that up nicely, actually. Oh, it's well fielded in the Surrey dugout there.
Back-to-back dismissals in cricket when a batter was on 99. It was August 23rd to 2022.
Short from Overton and uppercut over that slip cordon. Third man was fine, but not fine enough. And he finds another boundary. And that brings up Surrey's 350 here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Taunton. See the scoreboard there on screen. Cut away this time. Deep Point's going to cut that one off though. Just a single to Worrell this time.
See, that's fake news, isn't it? The last time there was back-to-back dismissals in cricket when the batter was on 99 was August 23rd, 2022 in a match between Somerset and Glamorgan in the County Championship. Somerset didn't even play Glamorgan in County Championship cricket. Certainly over the last few years, because one's in Division 1 and the other one is not. Maybe the year's wrong, so
Atkinson defending there.
I'm going to stop looking at that feed because that is not true. You just can't trust anyone these days, can you?
So they were saying that was last year?
Yeah.
Is that what you said, 2022? There we go then, there's the damage that was done by Jamie Overton earlier today.
Which year was the Bob Willis year? So that could have happened.
That must have been
2020?
2020.
Because it definitely wasn't 2022 or 21. I'm going to give it one search, because I'm pretty sure that is.
But I'm pretty sure we did play Glamorgan that year, didn't we? I think because it was meant to be sort of regionalised a little bit more, wasn't it? Less travel because of COVID. Henry's continuing field. He's spread a little bit more now for Worrell, who's on strike. He's going to take a single up to long on.
Do one more search and then I'm back in the room, right? So,
yeah,
because I can't find anyone that's even got a 99 in the last 3-4 years. Right, officially fake news. Didn't happen. Joel Garner, Colin Dredge, we'll stick with that one. Henry with a relatively new ball, sniffing that 5-wicket haul. He'd love to sign off as a Somerset player with another 5-wicket haul for the club. He's been phenomenal. And actually I've spoken to a number of people, quite well in the know people. You know, Mike Smith, the match referee, he used to played one test match, I believe, played for Gloucestershire. He said, some people make bowling look really difficult. Matt Henry is not one of those. Just looks easy.
Yeah, I remember using the word efficient with Sam yesterday evening, trying to describe Matt Henry and his bowling. Abel doing the fielding there at cover. Oh, looking to get bat on ball here. Wants to take Henry on. There's a lot of research going on in the back of this box. Short from Henry,
wow,
and
what a shot that is. Is that the
he's
fifth?
gonna be
That's the
caught.
fifth wicket from Matt Henry. An uppercut from Dan Worrell. Sean Dixon again takes another skyer, and that completes the 5-wicket haul. Congratulations, a great effort there. Pick it up. Surrey's 9th wicket.
Yep.
354.
Brilliant from Matt Henry, and very good again from Sean Dixon underneath that high ball. Not an easy grab at all down on the boundary, just below us, but safe as houses. And Matt Henry, 5 for 77. I'm sure he'll want to finish off this Surrey innings and sneak a 6th. Why not?
Why wouldn't you? Be greedy. Now this should be Tom Laws. I can't remember
By
who I
process of
spoke to
elimination,
today.
it should be. Someone was saying,
but they said that he would come up in front of Jamie Overton.
yeah,
And
I
I
think I was listening to you guys, and someone definitely said that.
More fake news. People are trying to stitch me up today, Soph. What's going on? You got someone on the feed talking nonsense about 99s against Glamorgan when we didn't even play him. Colin Dredge's top score in first-class cricket, Sophie, 56.
More fake news.
More fake news. We've been infiltrated by scammers. Our live stream is full of scammers. What's going on? Anyway, back to the cricket. Laws, who I was told was going to be batting 7, is now batting 11. But I've heard he's a up-and-coming all-rounder, or has credentials with the bat, so I'd be interested to see how he goes. I'd imagine the message is to play pretty positively. Matt Henry looking for his 6th wicket. Laws in behind that one, plays it out to mid-on relatively comfortably. 5 for 77 off his 24 overs, Matt Henry. So he can get on the plane at some stage in the next week or so. A pretty happy and proud man of what he's achieved in his time as a Somerset player. I'm sure he's not done yet. There's a second innings at some point, we hope. Craig Overton having different fortunes. I feel like he's just been a bit hot under the collar. Craig bowled a lot of emotional deliveries in his 20 overs. He's gone for 95 runs without a wicket. You don't get to say that too many times about Craig Overton's bowling.
Atkinson just works that down to 3rd man, brings the new man Laws on to strike. Surrey 355 for 9 here.
Yeah, I think psychologically another 15 runs that would be the target, a 200 lead. I think that would certainly be a bit of a sort of mental blow for the Somerset team. It's a big old deficit to overturn that.
Overton's in again then. 2 slips and a gully waiting. Laws defending only as far as that man at gully.
Going down the rabbit hole of back on the live feed. It's going to be very hard for me to repair the emotional scarring from the fake news that I've received. People now insinuate that they're going to intentionally feed me false stats. Do you know what? If I feel like I can make them entertaining, I will happily read them out for those who want a challenge.
Oh, beats the outside edge of Laws there. Absolute beauty from Craig Overton. His
Story
body
of
language.
Craig Day. He's had a lot of that in between. Again, I think the emotional deliveries where he's bowled some really good stuff and just hasn't got the edge. Number of those today and yesterday. Oh, and again, the red mist, the halo of red mist around Craig Overton's bonds. Oh, we've all been there.
Yeah, just too good there from Craig Overton. It's going to be Matt Henry again.
Former Somerset strength and conditioning coach Darren Vaness, dressed in blue, getting grayer by the visit. Great man, great motivator. Sorry, you're lucky to have a guy like him. He's been overseas with England from time to time. Very well thought of in his field. Still lives just round the corner from here.
4 slips in now then to Laws, who's on strike. Oh.
Oh, yeah. What a beauty. Yeah, just that slight bit of angle in. Deck away. Matt Henry's sort of standard characteristic delivery that he bowls. I mean, it's just always at you. He's just always at the off stump. If it stays straight, you've got to play it, and he just gets the occasional one to hold. Craig Overton's been incredibly unlucky with a number of balls of type. Matt Henry's got the nicks, hence why one's got 5 foot, and the other one is tearing his hair out.
Oh, beats the outside edge again. One's on its way, surely, Triggs.
Yeah, it looks like a matter of time, but it's a funny old game. All of a sudden, as a batter, you know, you can just click and start hitting a few away, but it certainly looks like this is a matter of time. And I have to be perfectly honest. I really do think that, you know, the 200, you know, psychological dent, I think, is probably the only reason that the Surrey batters are still out there. It just feels perfect now for a declaration, the conditions as they are now. You know, it'd be such a shame just for the extra 13 runs, 23 runs, no, 13 runs, sorry. 13 runs that you'd miss this opportunity. If it rains and Surrey don't get to bowl tonight, I think they'd feel like they've missed a trick. Is it worth it for those 13 runs? I'm not sure.
Clip
Maybe
down
they'll
to
bat on.
fine
Who
leg.
knows? Maybe they'll just bat on. Maybe they'll just bat until they're bowled out.
End of Henry's 25th over.
What does this? What the scorer next door think, Safe? Do you reckon they declare as they're aggressive cricketers, aren't they, the Surrey boys?
Yeah, I'd have thought so. Yeah, it would just be, it's just an awkward period as well now. If they were to declare right at this point.
Gloomy skies, the lights are on. I feel like it's really on the borderline of fit to play at the moment, with the shadows starting to spring out in multiple directions at the base of the players. If you can see that on the live stream, that's normally the catalyst for the light meter coming out when the artificial light is dominating the natural light.
Atkinson doing a good job though. He's still there on 29, facing up to Craig Overton at the moment, who's pulling that and goes all the way. Avoids a window in the Colin Atkinson pavilion. Hopefully avoided some spectators that are brave enough to, well, doesn't look exactly warm out there at the minute. A few evaded that one.
Craig Overton gets out of the 90s, brings up the first 100 of the day. The gallon, as the bowlers call it, the 100 in cricket that you really, really don't want next to your name. 0 for 102. Very, very rare day for Craig Overton. Just hasn't gone his way. Gus Atkinson raced on to 35. Very valuable runs. Another play and miss. Craig just needs to keep his temper here. .35 rapid time really sort of boosted the run rate over 4 and over now. Surrey creeping up 6 runs shy of a 200 lead, which would be very, very difficult for Somerset to overturn. a swing and a miss. Nothing going Craig Overton's way at the moment. Oh yeah, just wide of second slip, 4 runs. I think it's time for Captain Tom Abel to maybe give Craigo the opportunity to cool his jets a little bit and try someone else with this new ball. Ben Green's the only real option though, with the ball being so hard. Nothing seems to be going Craigo's way, but the runs are flowing for the Surrey batters. 368 now, with 1 wicket remaining. Oh. Boundaries and playing misses, and nothing in between that over. Craigo doing the double, double, double teapot in the middle of the wicket. Just not going his way.
Yeah, no luck for Overton whatsoever. I think his body language tells you that he could do with putting his feet up, I think, Triggs, and yeah.
You're desperate now as a bowler for that last wicket. And I think actually it makes you think about, you know, Tom Abel and his issue he had with his side and his hamstring in previous seasons. You know, how valuable he was as an all-rounder, because you know, he's got that bit of pace, got quite a good first-class record, takes wickets. You know, having one of the batters who could bowl a few overs would have been real valuable on a day like today. With unfortunately a man down, as we have with Casey Aldridge. Matt Henry does find the edge of Gus Atkinson and returns bowling figures of 6 for 80. Matt Henry has been an absolute standout performer once again. The Surrey innings closes just shy of a 200 lead on 368. All out.
Yeah, Laws it was there. The last man to be dismissed.
Yeah, my mistake. The scoreboard's still got Atkinson on strike.
Yeah, they've just given out that it was Atkinson as well, but I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah, I think you're right, Soph. The Gray Nichols bat. You are right. It looked like the wicket was a matter of time, but you've still got to get him. I think Craig Overton is intimating to the umpires that he feels like it's too dark for Somerset to start their first innings. I'm sure the batters will feel the same. With the covers rolling out across the outfield, maybe the umpires agree.
Yeah, well, I feel the ground staff have been loitering by the covers for a period of time now. Usually see them coming on from the scoreboard and their groundsman shed, but they were all coming on by the covers and they're pushing them on now.
The museum has excellent new displays about cricket in general, Somerset cricket in particular, and it's the only permanent display about England's women's cricket in this country. The museum is situated behind the Ondarchi Pavilion in a beautiful 600-year-old...
I think while we let the ground staff do their duties and the players take a little break, we're going to do the same up here. We'll be back with you shortly when we have more information about what's happening here at the Cooper Associates County Ground, Taunton.
During this current tea interval. direction on the final Surrey wicket to fall. Tom Laws was caught by James Rule for bowling of Matt Henry for 1. Gus Atkinson for 39 not out. So the Surrey first innings scorecard finished as follows. Rory Burns was caught by Overton on the bowling of Henry for no runs. Don Sibley caught Overton, bowled Henry for 3. Tom Latham caught Overton, bowled Shoaib Bashir for 99. Jamie Smith caught Latham, bowled Green for 44. Ben Folks caught Rue, bowled Henry for 8. Will Jacks caught Abel, bowled Green for 99. Jordan Clark caught Rue, bowled Green for 8. Jamie Overton caught Dixon, bowled Henry for 42. Gus Atkinson was not out, 39. Dan Worrell caught Dixon, bowled Henry for 10. And Tom Laws was caught by Rue off bowling of Henry for 1. There were 15 extras in Surrey's first innings, of which 4 were byes, 3 were leg byes, and 8 were no balls. The final total 368 all out after 90.1 overs. Bowling figures for Somerset. Matt Henry, 25.1 overs, 6 maidens, 6 wickets for 80 runs. Craig Overton, 22 overs, 3 maidens, no wickets for 106 runs. Casey Aldridge, 9.4 overs, 1 maiden, no wickets for 49 runs. Shoaib Bashir, 21 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket for 87. And Ben Green, 12.2 overs, 2 maidens, 3 wickets for 39 runs. Time to bring you up to date with scores from around the county circuit, starting in LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 at the Aegeus Bowl in Southampton. Hampshire playing host to Essex, stage 2. In that match, Hampshire 120 all out in their first innings. Essex replied with 169 all out. Hampshire in their second innings are 79 for 5, leading by just 30 runs. Latest score at Edgbaston in the match between Warwickshire and Middlesex. Warwickshire skizzled out for 60 in their first innings. Middlesex made 199 in reply. Warwickshire 174 for 4 in their second innings, a lead of just 35 runs. Latest score at Emirates Old Trafford in Manchester. Lancashire hosting Northants. Northants batted first, made 342 all out. Lancashire are 114 for 1 in response, still trailing by 228 runs. Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire posted 350 all out in their first innings. Kent 70 for 1 in their first innings, trailing by 280. Moving into Division 2 at Derby, Derbyshire hosting Glamorgan. Glamorgan batted first and made 521 for 8 declared. Derbyshire are 79 without loss in reply, trailing by 442 runs. At the Scarborough Cricket Festival, day 2 again there. Yorkshire 306 for 7 in their first innings after 80.3 overs. And finally, day 1 of the Division 2 match between Gloucestershire and Worcestershire at the Cheltenham Cricket Festival. Worcestershire asked about third, 229 for 7 his way through the 53rd over. As I say, that match is day 1, the rest are day 2. Right up to date with all the scores from around the country in the latest round of games. As you can see, the ground staff are getting covers on, so unfortunately, due to rain, the evening session won't start on time. We'll keep you updated with prospects of play when we have heard from the match officials. Thank you. Thank you very much for your patience today. We're still hopeful that the rain will stop at some point, but just to announce that in 5 minutes' time, so at 10 to 5, the members' Q&A will start in the county room. So in 5 minutes' time, members are free to attend, of course, a Q&A in the county room starting at 10 to 5. The guest speaker for this event will be Somerset County Cricket Club President Sir Peter Wanless, and will be hosted by birthday boy Spencer Bishop.
Take care. Bye-bye.
afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for your patience today. Unfortunately, we've had confirmation from the umpires that play is abandoned for the day. So we will try again tomorrow on day 3. Gates open here at the Cooper Associates County Ground at 10 a.m. Day 3 due to get underway at 11 a.m. Somerset about to start their second innings, trailing by 198 runs. Highlights, report and reaction to today's play will be across our social media channels and on our official website. But for now, from everyone here at Somerset County Cricket Club, have a safe journey home and enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you.